Chapter 804. Ji Tianxing originally thought that Burial of Heaven would at least tell him what the technique on the right tombstone was. Unexpectedly, Burial of Heaven only responded with an and did not say anything else. Ji Tianxing was puzzled and could not help but ask, Burial of Heaven, what technique is recorded on the 9 tombstones? I have already mastered the 9th level of the Sword Heart and will be cultivating that technique soon. Can you give me some information in advance? Burial of Heaven's tone was calm and vigorous. Then we'll talk about it after you've mastered the Sword Heart. Ji Tianxing frowned and looked at the Heaven Sword steel with dissatisfaction. Burial of Heaven was silent for a moment before asking in a deep voice, Why are you looking for me? Only then did Ji Tianxing stop thinking about that method. He said in all seriousness, Buried Heaven, the ancient demon emperor is hiding in the northern desert's lair now, but he can still wreak havoc in the world. He sent out 2 demon marshals and a large number of demon kings and demon generals to infiltrate the hundreds of cities in the Middle State to sow demon venomous insects everywhere and harm the young talents of both the human and demon races. I know that the demon emperor committed countless sins 1,000 years ago and harmed tens of millions of martial artists and civilians. In the end, it was Kenshin who defeated him and suppressed him in the Tianshan region. Other than Kenshin, Burial of Heaven is also the nemesis of the Demon Emperor, right? Burial of Heaven listened to his words silently. Its aura was as calm as ice and there were not many ripples. The Demon Emperor had harmed tens of millions of lives. This kind of crime was so cruel and vicious that it made people's hair stand on end. But Burial of Heaven did not have much of a reaction after hearing it. Maybe it was because it was something that happened 1,000 years ago. Or maybe Burial of Heaven had experienced countless storms and seen a wider world and was already indifferent to such things. Until Ji Tianxing finished speaking, it replied with a dull and asked, Do you want to find the divine sword and use it to deal with the demon emperor? Ji Tianxing nodded and said solemnly, I do want to find the divine sword of Burial of Heaven, not only to deal with the demon emperor, but also to help you find your body. Burial of Heaven, do you know the whereabouts of the divine sword? After Kenshin fell, where did the divine sword go? Buried Heaven recalled in silence for a long time before saying solemnly, The divine sword has been broken a long time ago. Even if you can retrieve the broken sword, its power will be far less than before. If you have made up your mind to look for it, you might as well give it a try in the great swamp of the southern wasteland. Of the southern desert again? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said with a face full of doubts, I've heard this name many times recently, so I have some understanding of the southern wasteland Great Marsh. It is said that it is the land of God's punishment. It is incomparably dangerous. Without the strength of the soul-refining realm, entering is seeking death. Land of God's punishment? Burial of Heaven was startled. Then it sneered with a playful tone. God's punishment? For mortals, this name is quite appropriate. Ji Tianxing was interested when he heard it. He quickly asked, Burial of Heaven, from what you said, do you know the truth about the land of God's punishment in the southern desert? That area became a land of death and countless countries and tribes were destroyed. Is it related to you and Kenshin? Burial of Heaven was silent and did not answer. Ji Tianxing had to ask a few times before it finally gave him a response. I don't remember these things completely. I will tell you when I remember them. Let's continue talking about the divine sword. If you can find the broken divine sword, it will be a good thing for me. At least, I can return to the divine sword's body and recover my strength faster. Ji Tianxing's heart was moved when he heard it. He was full of expectations. In that case, I must find the Burial of Heaven's divine sword as soon as possible. Burial of Heaven, the divine sword is damaged and its power has decreased greatly. Do you have any way to repair the divine sword? Burial of Heaven replied without hesitation, Of course there is a way, but it requires a lot of top divine level materials. The star divine gold you obtained before is one of them. Moreover, only the strength of the soul-refining realm can repair the divine sword. With your current strength, it is unknown whether you can find the divine sword in the southern desert, let alone repair it. Ji Tianxing frowned. He silently made up his mind and said, Well, Then I have to work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible. Only then can I enter the of the southern desert to find the divine sword." Then he did not waste any more time. He said goodbye to Burial of Heaven and left the Kenshin tomb. He sat cross-legged in the dark secret chamber and looked at the ground solemnly as he pondered silently. The ancient demon emperor had made a comeback and was about to use the demonic venomous insects to create an earth-shattering catastrophe. This made his heart heavy as if a huge rock was pressing down on it. After knowing that the broken divine sword was lost in the of the southern desert, he was eager to improve his strength and reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible to find the divine sword. In short, the root of the problem was that he had to constantly improve his strength to have a chance to resolve the ancient demon emperor's conspiracy and resist the impending disaster. Otherwise, when the demon emperor wreaked havoc in the middle state and wantonly killed all the martial artists in the world, he would not be able to escape death. After all, he had the Kenshin bloodline and was the ancient demon emperor's #1 enemy. Strength. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Ji Tianxing roared in his heart. He had made up his mind to cultivate hard and strive to reach the soul-refining realm as soon as possible. After that, he stayed in the secret chamber and cultivated the Tao of the heart of the sword. He tempered his heart over and over again, enduring the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart to strengthen it. In 2 days, he endured the pain of hundreds of thousands of sword chi piercing his heart and even vomited blood twice. It was rare to see someone vomiting blood while cultivating in seclusion. The 8th and 9th levels of the sword heart were extremely difficult and harsh to cultivate. It was no different from self-mutilation. The 8th level of the sword heart was to temper the body, which was equivalent to cutting oneself into pieces. The 9th level of the sword heart was to temper the heart and then fuse it with the sword embryo to form the sword heart. This was equivalent to using sword chi to continuously stab oneself in the heart. Every time he cultivated, his heart would be pierced until it was bloody and covered in wounds. However, he also used the recovery effect of the Kenshin bloodline and the Greenwood spiritual body to heal the wounds in his heart. The reason why the sword heart was so powerful and invincible was that ordinary people were unable to cultivate it. Every time Ji Tianxing cultivated a level of the sword heart, it was as if his entire body was being shredded and reassembled. If it were an ordinary martial artist, who would have such heaven-defying willpower and courage? Who would be able to endure such inhumane pain and torture? Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. If one did not experience such painful tempering, how could one become the god of the sword heart? 2 days and 2 nights passed. Ji Tianxing had no choice but to stop cultivating to prevent irreversible damage to his body. Of course, his self-mutilating cultivation for the past 2 days had also achieved good results. He had already completed the initial stage of tempering his heart, and his heart was far stronger than an ordinary Heaven's Prime cultivator. After he finished cultivating, he continued to meditate for a few hours. When he walked out of the secret chamber, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. At this time, Yen brought a letter and rushed to his room with a face full of joy to report to him. Chapter 805. Senior Brother Tianxing, there's a letter from Tianshan territory. Yen shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the room. He rushed to Ji Tianxing and handed a letter to Ji Tianxing. A letter from Tianshan territory? Ji Tianxing quickly took the letter and saw the seal of the territory chief's manor on it. He frowned. There was some doubt and anticipation in his heart. He quickly opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There were thousands of words written on the high-quality rice paper. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful. Ji Tianxing was familiar with the handwriting. He recognized it with just a glance. It was a letter written by his father, Ji Changkong. My son, Tianxing, the words are like a face-to-face. I've received the marriage contract you sent back. It's hard to believe that my son is engaged to the beloved daughter of Cloud Spirit Palace. I'm very happy and excited. My son and the eldest daughter of Cloud Spirit Palace are both emperors. Both of you are famous and noble. The 2 of you are a match made in heaven. A proud daughter like Yun Yao is a good wife for you. The marriage of your son and daughter must be discussed in person by both parents. After I finish writing this letter, I'll immediately head to Zhongzhou and meet you as soon as possible. At that time, we'll go to Cloud's Spirit Palace together. Ji Tianxing quickly finished reading the letter and understood his father's meaning. His father strongly approved of his marriage with Yun Yao. He was very excited and gratified. In order to show his sincerity and courtesy, his father would head to Zhongzhou after sending this letter. On the way, he would be escorted by Guard Commander Jiang Chen and more than 20 guards. His father told him not to worry. When his father arrived in Zhongzhou, he would accompany his father to Cloud's Spirit Palace with a big gift and discuss the wedding date with Yun Zhongqi and his wife. That's great. Father will come to Zhongzhou soon. After you go to Cloud's Spirit Palace and discuss the wedding date with Uncle, Yao Yao and I will be married soon. Ji Tianxing was a little excited and happy, full of expectations. He put away his father's letter and said to Yen, pass down the order. Let the housekeeper arrange the maids and servants to carefully clean the palace. In about 3 or 4 days, my father will come to the central province. Tell them to prepare to welcome him. Great. When uncle comes, senior brother and eldest senior sister's wedding date can be set. Yen also cheered excitedly, revealing an expectant look. After chatting with Ji Tianxing for a while, he turned around and left the room to pass on his orders to the butler. Ji Tianxing also walked out of the room and prepared to go to Yun Yao's palace to tell Yun Yao the news. However, just as he arrived at the gate of Tianxing Palace, he saw Long Yunxiao flying in from afar and landing at the gate. Long Yunxiao's face was solemn, as if there was something important. Coincidentally, the two met at the gate. Ji Tianxing asked the guards to open the gate and welcome Long Yunxiao in. Son of Heaven, what a coincidence! I was just about to go out and you came. Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and greeted Long Yunxiao. Long Yunxiao returned his greeting and said with a calm face, "Then I came at the right time. If I came a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you. Let's go. I have something to tell you. Let's go in and talk." Ji Tianxing made a please gesture and led him into Tianxing Palace. They walked into the depths of the palace. He guessed that Long Yunxiao wanted to talk business, so he didn't go to the reception hall and went directly to the study. After the two entered the study, Ji Tianxing asked the maids to bring 2 cups of spirit tea. After the maids left, Long Yunxiao said with a solemn face, "Tianxing, the situation in Central State is very chaotic now. It has made the emperor quite angry. After the Duanmu family was destroyed, all the heroes took action to snatch the properties and businesses left behind by the Duanmu family. They fought and killed each other for this. Even with Cloud's Spirit Palace secretly suppressing and presiding over the overall situation, it can only restrain a small number of forces. It is difficult to control the hundreds of cities in Central State. Moreover, demonic insects are constantly appearing in the hundreds of cities. More and more young talents and experts have been planted with demonic insects by the demons and are killing in the cities. Previously, the lords of the cities were still able to suppress this news. Now that things are getting more and more intense, the news of demonic insects has spread like wildfire in the various cities. The people in the cities are very frightened and uneasy, and all kinds of rumors are constantly spreading. And all the major forces are busy fighting to snatch resources and properties, giving the demons an opportunity. Now, all the major cities are in chaos and there are countless casualties every day. The imperial court wants to maintain the stability of the situation, but it is also powerless. After Ji Tianxing heard him finish, he also frowned and said with a solemn face, "The situation in Central State will be chaotic. This has long been within my expectations. If there are no accidents, the chaos caused by the Duanmu family's destruction will last for at most half a year. But I didn't expect that the demons would actually sneak into the hundreds of cities in Central State and take the opportunity to cause chaos, spreading demonic insects everywhere. They really deserve to die." Pausing, he looked at Long Yunxiao and asked in a deep voice, "Then does the emperor know who destroyed the Duanmu family? How did the emperor react?" Long Yunxiao glanced at him and nodded with a bitter smile. "Previously, you destroyed the Duanmu family's herb garden and caused such a big commotion. Even a fool knows that the destruction of the Duanmu family is definitely related to you and Cloud Spirit Palace. In the Central State, there are only a few forces that can go against the Duanmu family. You and Cloud Spirit Palace are the most suspicious. Also, you guys didn't really do it flawlessly and didn't leave any clues. Not only did the Emperor know that it was you and Cloud Spirit Palace who did it, many top forces also found clues and knew about this matter. After the Emperor knew about this, he was naturally furious and almost ordered for you to be arrested. But I helped you plead for leniency, so the Emperor appeased his anger. You don't have to thank me verbally, just remember it in your heart. Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Long Yunxiao pretended not to see his reaction and continued, "Also, there is one more thing that I have to remind you to be careful. According to what I know, the mastermind behind the Duanmu family is the third prince of the imperial court. You and Cloud Spirit Palace work together to destroy the Duanmu family. If the imperial court and the top forces can find out, the third prince will naturally be able to find out the results. I found out that the third prince has already confirmed that the murderer is you. He is secretly plotting to deal with you and take revenge for the Duanmu family. He finally can't help but want to personally get rid of me?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful smile. "Son of Heaven, then tell me more about the third prince." Long Yunxiao nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, "The third prince has great power in the imperial court. He is the most ambitious and scheming among all the princes. Not only is he extremely shrewd and astute, but he is also ruthless and despicable. Most importantly, he controls the imperial court's palace guards and several armies. Other than that, there is also a divine general guarding the border who is loyal to him. The Duanmu family is the third prince's right-hand man and has the most powerful power and weapon in his hands. But you destroyed the Duanmu family, which is equivalent to cutting off his arm. With such a huge hatred, with his vengeful personality, he will definitely not let you go. He will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge." Ji Tianxing had already learned a lot about the third prince through Yen. He even knew that the third prince used the origin of all Gu to control the Duanmu and Murong family. And Long Yunxiao definitely didn't know this secret. As for the divine generals under the imperial court, they were all great experts in the spirit refinement realm. They were marshals with great power and had a high status and great prestige. Chapter 806. After Long Yunxiao's reminder, Ji Tianxing had a deeper understanding of the third prince. Of course, he would be cautious. He looked at Long Yunxiao seriously and asked, "Son of Heaven, how is your relationship with the third prince?" The corners of Long Yunxiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "He and I are brothers of the same father but different mothers. Although we are related by blood, we are also archenemies. He has always thought highly of himself and is quite conceited. He thinks that he is the most outstanding genius among all the princes. It is said that he has reached the half-step soul-refining realm and is trying to break through the shackles of the soul-refining realm. He is currently the strongest among all the princes. However, I am confident that I can step into the soul-refining realm without waiting for him to reach that age. You have ambition. I believe in you." Ji Tianxing nodded to Long Yunxiao and gave him a thumbs up. He asked, "Then the third prince should be 40 years old, right?" Long Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, he will be 40 next year. Therefore, he is determined to reach the soul-refining realm within a year and become the youngest soul-refining realm expert. He always felt that the position of Son of Heaven should be his. It is only because his mother is an ordinary concubine and this prince's mother is the empress that I snatched the position of Son of Heaven from him. He and this prince are like fire and water. If he has the chance to get rid of this prince without leaving any evidence, he will definitely not show mercy." Hearing Long Yunxiao's words, Ji Tianxing understood. The third prince was not only his enemy, but also Long Yunxiao's enemy. It was no wonder that Long Yunxiao would come to tell him personally after investigating. At this moment, the guard outside the study reported respectfully, "Reporting to Domain Lord, Miss Yun Yao has arrived." Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to go find her. After saying that, he ordered the guard outside to invite Yun Yao in. After a while, Yun Yao walked in. Seeing that Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao were in the study and seemed to be discussing business, she was startled for a moment and greeted them. Yao Yao, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Ji Tianxing quickly asked her to sit down. Yun Yao sat down beside him and asked doubtfully, Tianxing, what can I do for you? Ji Tianxing let out a smile and said, I just received a letter from my father. He'll come to Central Prefecture in about 3 or 4 days. At that time, my father and I will go to Cloud Spirit Palace to discuss our wedding date with Uncle. Once they reach an agreement on this matter, we will be able to get married very soon. When Ji Tianxing announced this news, Long Yunxiao was also present and heard it clearly. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were very happy. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. The two of them even held hands and looked at each other with gentle eyes. They said tender and sweet words, just like a pair of happy lovers. The emperor sat at the side and looked at the two of them being very affectionate in front of him. Suddenly, his expression became a little unnatural and he couldn't sit still. A trace of sourness and jealousy welled up in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He had to maintain the etiquette and demeanor of the emperor. Seeing that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao didn't have any scruples about him, he couldn't sit still anymore. He suppressed the sourness in his heart and stood up. He squeezed out a smile on his handsome face and cupped his hands to Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Tianxing, Yao Yao, since your wedding date is approaching, this emperor congratulates the two of you first. At that time, on the day of your wedding, this emperor will definitely bring the heavenly consort to congratulate you. Take your time to chat. This emperor still has something to do and will leave first. After that, he didn't wait for Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's reply. He turned around and walked out of the study and left quickly. It wasn't until he was far away from the study that Long Yunxiao finally relaxed. Phew! He let out a long breath. His face was a little pale, and there was a bitter smile on his face. There was some sourness in his heart and a trace of pain, but he could only endure it. After standing in a daze for a moment, he calmed down and quickly left Tianxing Palace. In the study, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were still sitting together. Ji Tianxing held Yun Yao's hand. He thought about it seriously and asked, Yao Yao, I think the 9th day of next month is an auspicious day. Why don't we let my father and Uncle Yun set the wedding date on that day? Yun Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was obviously a little shy. So fast? There's only 1 month. There's not enough time to prepare. Ji Tianxing shook his head and said with a smile, Is 1 month long? I've already prepared for it. I just want to marry you as soon as possible so that we can live together and have a few cute babies. Yun Yao was still able to keep calm. It was just that her earlobes were a little red. Abruptly hearing these words, her fair and peerlessly beautiful face instantly flushed red. She was so embarrassed that water was about to drip from her eyes. Stop talking. How can you talk about such a shameful thing? Yun Yao lowered her head in embarrassment. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Ji Tianxing looked at her. The icy goddess who was as cold and aloof as a fairy was actually so shy. He was immediately filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. After all, he was the only one in the world who was qualified to appreciate Yun Yao's current appearance. He didn't feel shy at all. He said naturally, Yao Yao, it's nothing for me to say this. It's very pure. You see, when other couples get married, the guests will wish them to have a baby soon. Not only are they not shy, but they are also very happy to receive the blessings. By the way, Yao Yao, do you like a boy or a girl? If we have a daughter, she must be as beautiful as you. She's as beautiful as a fairy and stands aloof from the world. She must be as beautiful as a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. Yun Yao's cheeks were red from his words. Her earlobes were boiling hot. She buried her head in the towering mountains in front of her chest. She was so shy that her breathing became a little rapid. She quickly grabbed Ji Tianxing's arm with both hands and whispered, Tianxing, stop talking. Ji Tianxing saw that she was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. He immediately laughed and stopped teasing her. Seeing her shy but even more beautiful appearance, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He reached out and took Yun Yao into his arms. Yun Yao only resisted twice before she was held in his arms. She lowered her head and leaned against his chest. Taking advantage of Yun Yao's guilty conscience, he gently reached out his hands, put them around her neck, held her head, and lowered his head to kiss her thin lips. Yun Yao's body suddenly stiffened. She woke up from her shyness and widened her clear eyes. She happened to meet Ji Tianxing's burning and affectionate eyes. Her whole heart melted at once. She was immersed in Ji Tianxing's gentle kisses and even forgot to resist. Chapter 807. After a long time, Ji Tianxing finally let go of Yun Yao and ended their intimate moment. The two of them gradually calmed down and began to discuss business. Ji Tianxing asked Yun Yao why she came to Tianxing Palace. Yun Yao then told him that the situation in Zhongzhou was very chaotic and it was difficult for Cloud's Soul Palace to control it in secret. Yun Zhongqi asked her to tell Ji Tianxing to be careful in the near future. After hearing Yun Yao's words, Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "Yao Yao, the emperor has already told me what you said. Moreover, not only is the situation in Zhongzhou chaotic, but the demon race is also taking advantage of the situation and the third prince of the imperial court." Then Ji Tianxing told Yun Yao what Long Yunxiao said. After hearing this, Yun Yao immediately frowned and revealed a serious expression. Her eyes were filled with worry. "Tianxing, you have to be careful in the near future. Don't leave the emperor's residence so easily. The situation is very chaotic now. The demon race, the remaining members of the Duanmu family, and the third prince all want to kill you. It wasn't easy for us to go through so many hardships to get to where we are today. You've already experienced too many life and death situations. We're going to get married soon. I don't want you to be in danger again." The wedding date was about to be decided and the two of them were not far from getting married. However, because of this, Yun Yao's emotions became more and more uneasy. Her heart was filled with worry. Even though she didn't say it, she loved Ji Tianxing deeply and treated Ji Tianxing as important as her own life. The Duanmu family was finally eliminated and Cloud's Soul Palace was finally at peace. Her parents finally accepted Ji Tianxing and agreed to their marriage. The two of them went through so many hardships and were finally going to be together and live a life like an immortal couple. However, the demons, the remnants of the Duanmu family, and the third prince of the imperial court wanted to kill Ji Tianxing and her fiancé. Yun Yao had a vague premonition that the destruction of the Duanmu family was not the end, but the beginning of a bigger storm. What awaited her and Ji Tianxing was not a peaceful and happy life, but an even greater challenge and danger. A strong sense of danger, as if death was approaching, filled her heart with worry and depression. Even her joy of marrying Ji Tianxing had been diluted by the deep worry in her heart. If a person had nothing, they would have no desires and their will would be firm. After all, there was nothing to lose. But if a person had great happiness, they would be even more afraid and worried. They were afraid of losing the happiness they had, afraid of losing everything. Ji Tianxing understood this, so he also understood Yun Yao's worries. She cherished the love between the two of them too much, so she was worried about gains and losses. She was afraid that she would lose him or that he would be hurt. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing held Yun Yao's hand tightly and looked at her firmly. He said in a firm tone, "Yao Yao, I know you are worried about me and afraid that I will be retaliated against. Don't worry, I will definitely protect myself and will never leave you. After all, I haven't married you yet and we haven't had a baby yet." Yun Yao was immediately amused by his words and felt a little embarrassed. However, she endured the embarrassment in her heart and nodded. "Tianxing, I believe you. You have to remember this promise. No matter what, I don't want to lose you. No matter where you go, I will accompany you, even if it is the underworld." Ji Tianxing nodded and did not say anything else. He just hugged Yun Yao tightly in his arms. However, he was thinking silently in his heart, if there is no love, there will be no desire. If there is deep love, there will be deep love. Before every girl gets married, they will probably be worried about gains and losses and feel insecure, right? Now that I am weak, I am really too weak in front of the ancient demon emperor and the third prince. I can only increase my strength. When I am strong enough, I will be able to solve all these problems and give Yao Yao peace of mind and stability so that she will no longer worry about me. One day, I will also become a peerless powerhouse like Kenshin and look down on all the strong enemies in the world. I will even be able to kill the ancient demon emperor that was born from the ancient demon seed. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's desire for strength became even more urgent. Unknowingly, for days passed very quickly. In these 4 days, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion in the secret chamber. He was cultivating the 9th level of the sword heart technique, heart tempering. No matter how painful the process was, he gritted his teeth and persevered with great willpower. He only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible so that he would have enough strength to resist the third prince's revenge and the ancient demon emperor's invasion. On the night of the 4th day, he finally ended his cultivation and began to regulate his breathing. After a night of rest, the side effects and scars from the heart tempering had all disappeared. When the sky outside was slightly brighter, he was in high spirits again. Early in the morning, he changed into a clean white robe. After tidying up, he left the monarch mansion with Yen. Today was the 5th day. Ji Tianxing estimated that his father would arrive in Zhongzhou City by noon today at the latest. After leaving the monarch mansion with Yen, he went straight to the south gate of Zhongzhou City to welcome his father's arrival. After all, if he did not come out of the monarch mansion to welcome his father, Jiang Qin, and the guards would not be able to enter the monarch mansion. When he arrived at the south gate, the sun was rising. Ji Tianxing and Yen went out of the city gate and stood on the wide road outside the city. They quietly looked to the south and waited. As time passed, more and more people entered and exited the city gate. There was an endless stream of people. In half a day, there were more than 20 groups of people who came from the south to Zhongzhou City. However, Ji Tianxing and Yen waited until noon, but they did not see his father, Jiang Chen, and the others. The joy and anticipation in his heart gradually faded. He frowned and muttered with some worry and doubt, "It shouldn't be. It's already been 5 days. Father will definitely arrive today." Yen saw that he was worried and hurriedly comforted, "Senior brother Tianxing, don't worry. Maybe uncle and the others were delayed by something? Let's wait patiently." Ji Tianxing nodded and continued to wait patiently. Soon, the afternoon passed and the sun was about to set. Until now, Ji Tianxing did not see Ji Changkong, Jiang Chen, and the others. The worry in his heart grew more and more, and he vaguely had a bad premonition. At this moment, he raised his eyes and looked to the south. On the wide and flat grassland, he saw a dark red figure galloping quickly. Although they were separated by 10 miles, his eyesight was extremely strong. He immediately saw that it was a martial artist wearing armor. He was currently riding a spirit beast and was madly galloping. That martial artist seemed to have suffered a severe injury. Lying on the back of his spirit beast mount, his entire body was stained with blood as he galloped towards the south city gate. After a while, the spirit beast rushed out of the city gate as fast as the wind. It was only 100 feet away from Ji Tianxing. Only then did he see clearly that the martial artist lying on the back of the spirit beast was seriously injured and covered in blood. This person was Jiang Qin, the guard commander of the domain chief's mansion. "Father, something happened." Chapter 808. Ji Tianxing recognized that the man on the back of the spirit beast was Jiang Qin. His expression immediately changed. He immediately realized that something must have happened to his father. His heart was in his mouth. After all, his father was escorted by Jiang Qin and the guards to Zhongzhou City. Swoosh! He dashed forward almost without hesitation. He waved his palm and released a soft 5-colored spiritual light to stop the spirit beast that was running wildly. Jiang Qin, who was lying on the back of the spirit beast, was wearing the armor of the domain lord's mansion's guard commander. His helmet was nowhere to be seen. His long hair was stained with blood and hung loosely behind his head. His armor was somewhat tattered. More than a dozen cracks could be seen on it. The wounds inside were so deep that his bones could be seen. Dark red blood gushed out from the wounds and dyed his armor red. He was covered in blood. Even the spirit beast that he was riding was dark green. Large patches of it were stained with blood. Jiang Chen's injuries were extremely miserable. He was on the verge of death. When the spirit beast was stopped, he struggled to lift his head and opened his eyes that were covered in blood. Then he looked at Ji Tianxing in a daze. When he saw Ji Tianxing's appearance clearly, he was immediately stunned. He quickly said, "Domain Lord." As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, dark red blood kept gushing out from the corner of his mouth. He could not speak clearly and his voice was unclear. Ji Tianxing was full of anxiety and worry. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "Jiang Chen, what happened? Why are you injured? Where's my father?" "My lord." Jiang Chen tried his best to open his mouth and report the news. However, his injuries were too serious. His body swayed a few times. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His eyes turned black and he fainted. Seeing that he was about to fall from the spirit beast's back, Ji Tianxing quickly reached out and caught him. Yan rushed over and asked anxiously, "Senior brother Tianxing, how did this happen? What the hell is going on?" Ji Tianxing's face was as gloomy as ice, but his heart was as anxious as fire. He hurriedly channeled his greenwood spirit qi into Jiang Chen's body to help him suppress the injury. However, Jiang Chen's injuries were too severe, and it was difficult to suppress them in a short period of time. No one knew when he would wake up. "Come on, let's hurry back to Cool Breeze Courtyard," Ji Tianxing shouted in a low and sonorous voice. He hurriedly carried the unconscious Jiang Chen and passed through the city gates like lightning, rushing towards the Cool Breeze Courtyard. In less than an hour, he rushed back to Cool Breeze Courtyard at his fastest speed. When the guards at the gate of Cool Breeze Courtyard saw him rushing over with a martial artist covered in blood, they immediately drew their swords to stop him. "I'm Ji Tianxing. Get out of my way." In order to save time, Ji Tianxing quickly reported his identity and shouted angrily. The guards recognized him and hurriedly retreated to the side. Shua! Ji Tianxing turned into a stream of light, passing through the gate and rushing into Cool Breeze Courtyard. He didn't have time to greet the Beast King. After entering Cool Breeze Courtyard, he took Jiang Chen into a secret room for healing. He placed Jiang Chen on the frost jade bed used for healing, activated the formation in the secret room, and gave Jiang Chen a few healing pills. Not long after, the Beast King rushed over after hearing the news and entered the secret room. The Beast King had participated in the great battle on the night of the destruction of the Duanmu family and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that he had recuperated for close to 10 days, his injuries had basically recovered and there were no major problems. After entering the secret room, the Beast King asked Ji Tianxing what had happened with concern. Ji Tianxing explained with a grave expression, "My father was supposed to arrive in Zhongzhou City today. Jiang Chen was the commander of the guards escorting my father to Zhongzhou City. Yan and I waited at the city gates for a day, but my father didn't arrive. Only Jiang Chen was carried back by a spirit beast covered in blood." The Beast King immediately understood the urgency of the matter and hurriedly joined hands with him to perform a secret art to heal Jiang Chen's injuries. Both of them were Sky Origin Realm experts, and Ji Tianxing had mastered the secret art of healing, Wood Emperor's Umbrella. With the Beast King's help, he performed the ultimate skill of the Wood Emperor's Umbrella and suppressed Jiang Chen's injuries within 2 hours. Jiang Chen's life was saved, and his injuries were finally stabilized. His life was no longer in danger. However, he was still unconscious. Ji Tianxing, the Beast King, and Yan could only wait patiently. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was a Sky Origin Realm expert, and his self-healing ability was strong. After being unconscious for 2 hours, he finally woke up. Ji Tianxing had been guarding him by his side. Seeing that he had woken up, he hurriedly said, "Jiang Chen, you're finally awake." Jiang Chen weakly opened his eyes and stared at Ji Tianxing. His voice was weak and dry as he said, "Domain Lord, I'm sorry I didn't do my job well." Ji Tianxing was full of anxiety. He asked with a dignified voice, "Speak quickly, what happened?" Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly answered truthfully, My lord, I and 24 guards escorted the master from the Tianqian region. We traveled day and night without stopping. At noon today, not long after we left Yuanyu City, we were only 2,000 miles away from Zhongzhou City. I didn't expect that we would be ambushed on the way. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing's expression changed. He secretly said in his heart, as expected. When the Beast King and Yen heard this, their hearts immediately jumped to their throats. Jiang Chen panted twice and continued, there were only 8 people who attacked us, but they were abnormally strong and their methods were very vicious. 3 of them had reached the Sky Origin realm. They were all dressed in black and wore masks to hide their identities and didn't show their true faces. I and the guards fought with all our might to protect the master and break out of the encirclement. However, the black-clothed people were too strong. They killed all the guards and captured the old master after injuring him. I fought a bloody battle and wanted to protect the master with my life, but I was severely injured by them. They only left me alive and let me go. They also asked me to bring you a message. When Ji Tianxing heard that the other party was so cruel and vicious, his face immediately turned cold with anger. Especially when he heard that his father was captured, his eyes flashed with killing intent. However, he suppressed his anger and killing intent and hurriedly asked, "What message did they ask you to bring?" Jiang Chen hurriedly answered, "The leader of the black-clothed people said that they won't kill the master for the time being. If you want to save the master, go to the peaceful mountain in the northern suburbs of Yuanyu City alone. If you dare to bring others there, or if you don't reach the peaceful mountain by noon tomorrow, you can only collect the master's corpse." Ji Tianxing immediately frowned. His eyes surged with cold killing intent and he cursed, "Bastard!" Although he was incomparably worried about his father's safety and his heart was filled with rage, he couldn't wait to rush to the peaceful mountain and tear the black-clothed people into pieces. However, he wasn't impulsive. He was very clear that the other party had come prepared and deliberately captured his father to threaten him. This was obviously a specially designed scheme. Chapter 809. The secret room was silent and the atmosphere was heavy and stifling. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out anything. He couldn't guess the identity of the black-clothed men at all. Jiang Chen, did the black-clothed men have any obvious characteristics? Were they humans or foreign races? Did they mention any factions when they asked you to pass on the message? Jiang Chen thought carefully before replying, "Sir, the black-clothed men should be humans, but their accents were a bit awkward. Apart from that, they didn't reveal any information about their identities, nor did they mention any factions." Ji Tianxing frowned and muttered to himself, "If it's a human faction, then it's most likely related to the Duanmu family to plot against me like this. But the black-clothed men's accents were awkward. Could they be demons pretending to be humans? That's also possible." He then asked Jiang Chen a few more questions, and Jiang Chen answered them all carefully and seriously. But even so, Ji Tianxing still couldn't determine the identity of the black-clothed men. Forget it. No matter what, saving people is more important. Ji Tianxing was anxious and worried, so he didn't think too much and decided to go to Peaceful Mountain first to save people. He gave Jiang Chen a few words of advice and told him to rest in the Qingfeng courtyard and recover. He didn't waste any more time and immediately walked out of the secret room, about to leave the Qingfeng courtyard. The Beast King and Yen hurriedly followed, their faces full of anxiety and worry as they tried to dissuade him. "Tianxing, don't be rash. This is obviously the other side's scheme. Senior brother Tianxing, if you hurry to Peaceful Mountain now, the other side will have set up an ambush and trap long ago." Ji Tianxing stopped in his tracks and said to the two with a serious expression, "Senior Beast King, Yen, I know you're worried for me. How could I not know that this is the other side's scheme? But my father is in their hands. Even if they've set up traps and ambushes, I still have to go save him." The Beast King and Yen both understood this and knew that they couldn't stop Ji Tianxing. Thus, the Beast King solemnly said, "Tianxing, since you've already made up your mind, this old man won't try to persuade you anymore. However, this old man wants to go with you so that you can have a helper." Ji Tianxing shook his head and rejected, Senior Beast King, I appreciate your good intentions, but the other party specifically asked me to go to a Ning mountain alone. We are in the open while the other party is in the dark. I can't take this risk and put my father in a desperate situation. Senior Beast King, I'm sorry. After saying this, he cupped his hands towards the Beast King and left the cool breeze courtyard as fast as lightning. The Beast King and Yen stood in the courtyard and watched him fly into the sky. His figure quickly disappeared into the horizon. Sigh. I hope everything goes well. The Beast King sighed helplessly. Yen also showed a look of deep worry, silently praying for Ji Tianxing in her heart. After a long while, the two of them turned around and returned to the secret room to treat Jiang Chen's injuries. On the other side, Ji Tianxing flew out of Central Continent City as fast as lightning, rushing towards Yuanyu City with his fastest speed. Yuanyu City was located in the south of Central Continent City, about 1,000 miles away. With Ji Tianxing's speed, he could reach Yuanyu City in 4 hours at most. It was already late at night. As Ji Tianxing hurried along, he silently estimated that he should be able to reach Ning Mountain at dawn tomorrow. Yuanyu City was a main city with a radius of more than 100 miles. This majestic and ancient city had a history of more than 1,000 years. Nearly 1 million cultivators and common people lived in the city. Although many changes had happened in the Central Continent in the past 1,000 years and experienced countless storms, but this ancient city had always stood tall in the mountains to the south of Central Continent City. The city was surrounded by lofty mountains and steep ridges. The terrain was steep and dangerous. There were many birds and beasts in the mountain range, and the spirit of heaven and earth was abundant. It was not only a paradise for all kinds of monsters, but also a place of adventure for many cultivators. About 200 miles to the north of Yuanyu City, there was a mountain more than 3,000 meters high called Ning Mountain. Not only was this Ning Mountain the tallest mountain within a radius of 100 miles, its appearance was extremely unique. Looking at it from afar, this mountain was like a person's palms clasped together, bowing to the heavens and praying for the world to be peaceful and the common people to be peaceful. This was how the name Ning Mountain came about. However, this mountain that symbolized beauty was destined not to be peaceful today, and even had a bloody calamity. At the peak of Ning Mountain, a cave was cut open by someone on the rock wall. The cave entrance was protected by the energy of a mysterious formation, and light couldn't penetrate it. The cave entrance was pitch black, and it was faintly suffused with strands of black mist. The passageway within the cave meandered towards the belly of the mountain, and it connected to a vast cave. The ceiling and walls of the cave were inlaid with moonstones, emitting a gentle brilliance that brought a trace of hazy light to the cave. At this moment, there were over 20 martial artists occupying the cave. There were 18 martial artists wearing black clothes and veils, and they carried heavy broadswords and sabers on their backs, guarding the cave's surroundings and the entrance. Their figures were tall and sturdy, and their entire bodies emitted a fierce killing intent. All of them had a strength at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Obviously, these 18 martial artists in black were all elite experts. Among them, there were 3 leaders whose strengths had reached the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Origin stage, and they were all experts with profound strength. However, these 3 people stood respectfully in the middle of the cave, as if they were waiting for orders, and they didn't have the slightest attitude of an expert. This was because there were 2 thrones carved from huge rocks at the innermost side of the cave, and there were 2 experts who were tall and sturdy like an iron tower and strong like a brown bear sitting on them. These 2 experts were over 3 meters tall, and their bodies were terrifyingly majestic. Their entire bodies were covered with dense dark purple hair, and their muscles were knotted together. They looked ferocious and ferocious. Obviously, they were from the Devil Clan. The expert from the Devil Clan who sat on the throne on the left had extraordinarily long arms, and his appearance was like a huge ape. He had a pair of bell-sized eyes, and his pupils were dark red, as if they were burning with raging blood flames. He was bare-chested, and a dark apron made of flood dragon skin was wrapped around his waist. His wide feet weren't wearing shoes either. He only had a wide scarlet cloak draped over his shoulders, revealing his dense hair and rock-like muscles on his chest, showing his unparalleled strength and dominance. Most importantly, this person's strength had surpassed the heavenly origin stage, and his entire body emitted the unique soul fluctuation of a soul-tempering stage powerhouse. Without a doubt, this was a soul-tempering stage Devil Clan expert. The expert from the Devil Clan who sat on the throne on the right was as sturdy as a brown bear. His entire body was covered with long dark red hair, and he even had a bloody mouth full of fangs. This person wore a wide purple robe, and on his dark purple neck hung a white bone necklace that was as thick as an arm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the white beads on the necklace were actually made from the skulls of human experts. Each bead was only the size of a fist, and it was obvious that they were skulls that were shrunk many times. Chapter 8:10. This demon with the skull necklace had also reached the spirit refinement realm. He sat on the throne like a tiger crouching or a dragon coiled up. His dark purple eyes flashed with a cold light. His body emitted an invisible pressure, causing the temperature in the cave to drop. The dozen or so black-clothed guards were so anxious that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the soul refinement realm expert with the scarlet cloak beside him showed a hint of respect towards him. Obviously, this demon with purple hair and purple robes was the strongest in the cave, the leader of the group. At this moment, the purple-robed demon was playing with a fist-sized crystal ball in his wide palm. Inside the translucent crystal ball, there was actually a 2-inch-tall little person. The pocket-sized person was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. This person wore a sapphire blue robe and a square crown on his head. His face was resolute, and his whole body exuded the dignity and nobility of a superior. Unfortunately, he was injured. There were at least a dozen wounds on his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. The flesh around the wounds rolled up, vaguely showing a black aura. Black and red blood flowed out continuously, dyeing his blue robe dark red. His breathing was weak and his face was pale. Sealed in the crystal ball, he couldn't struggle or escape. If Ji Tianxing was here, he would recognize this heavily injured middle-aged man as his father, Ji Changkong. The purple-robed demon seemed to be casually playing with the crystal ball. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the entrance of the cave, as if he was patiently waiting for something. The cave was silent. The many Heavenly Origin Realm and Origin Core Realm black-clothed martial artists didn't dare to make a sound. Only the red-haired demon race powerhouse in a scarlet cloak seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. He grinned and said with a resentful tone, "My clan has been resting for 1,000 years. We've been hiding in the northern desert for 1,000 years, and we're used to living a peaceful life. Marshallswa, look at these demon kings. They're all good-for-nothings. They can't even handle such a small matter. To deal with a heaven origin stage human brat, the two of us have to come here. These demon kings are a bunch of trash." The red-haired man cursed. The 3 sky origin stage demon kings in black didn't even dare to fart. They lowered their heads in fear. The purple-robed powerhouse called Marshals will put away the crystal ball without batting an eyelid. He glanced at the red-haired expert and said indifferently, "Old Six, you can't say that. Even though His Majesty the Devil Emperor has not been in the northern desert for the past 1,000 years, our warriors are still brave and courageous. They are not greedy for pleasure, and they are not useless. That human brat is not simple. I can't let my guard down." According to the Nephilim king, that brat should be a descendant of the Kenshin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure the Nephilim king. Not only does that kid have the bloodline of Kenshin, but he also seems to have the help of the soul of the divine sword. Although he was only at the sky origin realm, he was not someone ordinary devil kings could deal with. His Majesty the Nephilim king specifically told Benshui that no matter what, he must bring back the Kenshin bloodline unharmed. This mission is very important. You and I can't let our guard down. The red-haired expert called Old Six didn't take Marshallswa's words to heart. He sneered disapprovingly, "Marshallswa, even if that brat is a descendant of the Kenshin, he is only at the sky origin realm. How strong can he be? You and I are both famous devil marshals. We are in charge of millions of devil armies for His Majesty the Nephilim King. We have guarded the northern desert for hundreds of years. What kind of situation have we not seen? Now that we have captured that brat's father, he can only obediently follow us. When that brat comes, Marshal Zhua, you don't have to do anything. Just watch me kill him in 3 moves and take his Kenshin bloodline. Marshal Zhua and Old Six were both devil marshals under the Nephilim King. They were in charge of millions of devil armies. They were also in the spirit refining realm. Marshal Zhua was the leader of the 2. He was ranked 5th among the 6 devil marshals. He was in the 3rd layer of spirit refining realm. Old Six was the weakest of the 6 devil marshals. He was in the 1st layer of spirit refining realm. Old Six's name was Tu Ren. He was promoted to devil marshal 60 years ago. He was the weakest of the 6 devil marshals. Before he became a devil marshal, he was the devil king of a large tribe. He was bloodthirsty, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He was nicknamed the Blood Hand Butcher. According to Tu Ren, his greatest hobby was to slaughter humans. Therefore, he changed his name to Tu Ren. He had long forgotten his real name. His hands were stained with blood. He had killed countless humans. If there weren't 100,000, there were at least 80,000. The purple-robed expert marshals knew Old Six's temperament very well. He knew that this person had always been arrogant and vicious. If they were in the northern desert, he wouldn't care about Tu Ren. He would just let him brag as he pleased. But now that the 2 of them were carrying a heavy responsibility, the Nephilim King ordered them to come to the central state to carry out the plan. Marshal Zhua had to be careful. He frowned and said to Tu Ren in a serious tone, Old Six 2, this is the central state continent. It is close to the sacred land of martial arts, the central state city. The experts of the human and demon races are all gathered in this area. The most mysterious and powerful monarch mansion is also in the central state city. We are alone in the central state. It is already very dangerous. If we are not careful, we will be surrounded by the experts of various races. We must be careful. Tu Ren saw that Marshal Zhua's tone was serious. He stopped muttering and listened quietly. Marshal Zhua continued, also, our mission in the central state this time is very heavy. Not only do we have to deal with that kid and seize the Kenshin bloodline, we also have to spread the demonic goo. The demonic goo plan had just started to take off. But it was disrupted by the princes of the monarch mansion. Now, all the lords of the cities are investigating the demonic goo. Even the monarch mansion has started to investigate. When Ben Shuai finds the chance, he must kill those princes who meddle in other people's business. After listening to him, Tu Ren nodded and said, okay, I know. Marshal Zhua, don't worry. When that kid comes, I will twist his head off and seize his Kenshin bloodline. After we deal with him, we can carry out the demonic goo plan without worry. Just as Tu Ren's voice fell, a devil general dressed in black rushed into the cave with quick steps. The demon general in black walked in front of Marshal Zhua and Tu Ren. He knelt down respectfully and reporting to the 2 demon marshals, Ji Tianxing has arrived. He is rushing to the mountain peak. Hearing this news, Marshal Zhua and Tu Ren looked at each other and sneered. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Tu Ren was the first to stand up. He sneered with anticipation. Hee, that kid is finally here. Ben Shuai wants to see how capable this so-called Kenshin descendant is. Can he take a hit from Ben Shuai? Marshal Zhua did not say anything more. He sat on the throne and waved his hand. Old Six, go meet him personally. It's best if you can kill him on the spot. No problem, leave it to me. Tu Ren could not wait any longer. He twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. He led the black-clothed warriors out of the cave. Chapter 8:11. At this time, the sky was slightly bright, and dawn had just arrived. When Ji Tianxing arrived at Tranquility Mountain, this towering mountain was still shrouded in the morning fog. The mountain was covered with a lush forest, the ground was covered with green grass and vines, and there was sparkling morning dew on the branches and leaves of the flowers and plants. He hurriedly flew over, but when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he quickly calmed down. As he rushed to the peak of the mountain, he vigilantly sized up the surroundings and silently released his spiritual sense to investigate the situation in the surroundings. The other party only asked him to arrive at Tranquility Mountain before noon, but did not say where to meet. However, according to experience, the other party would usually be at the peak of the mountain. Ji Tianxing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, heading straight to the peak of the mountain and passing through the dense forest as fast as lightning. Along the way, he did not notice anything unusual, nor did he see any clues. After a short 7 minutes, he flew to the peak of the mountain. Swoosh! He finally reached the peak of the mountain, and his figure flashed to a flat and empty grassland before landing. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected that the peak of the mountain seemed to be filled with a trace of cold devil qi. He immediately stopped and frowned, and at the same time he released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. There's actually the aura of the devil clan. Could it be that the group of black-clothed men who intercepted Father were really devils in disguise? He had already dealt with the devil clan many times, so he was very familiar and sensitive to the aura of the devil clan. After detecting the existence of the devil qi, he immediately realized that the people who intercepted his father this time were most likely devils. Damnable devils, they're really too arrogant. All of them deserve to die. He was extremely furious in his heart, and he shouted with a murderous aura. At this moment, above the dense forest in front, 4 figures suddenly flew out. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures flew over the forest and landed on the empty grassland. Ji Tianxing focused his eyes and saw that the leader of the 4 powerhouses was a devil clan powerhouse who was 3 meters tall, had a head full of red hair, and wore a scarlet cloak. This person was the devil commander Tu Ren, and behind him were 3 other Sky Origin Stage powerhouses who were all wearing black clothes and masks, looking no different from humans. Subsequently, another 12 black-clothed men flew out of the dense forest, and all of them had the strength of the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. The 12 elite powerhouses came to the grassland, and they all held their weapons and spread out, forming a circle and surrounded Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's gaze swept across the black-clothed men, and he immediately understood that these black-clothed men who intercepted his father's murderer and were devils in disguise as devils in disguise. At this moment, the demon commander Tu Ren, who was the leader, sized up Ji Tianxing with a cold gaze and sneered mockingly. You're Ji Tianxing? What bullshit sword god successor? Ji Tianxing's face was as cold as ice. He looked at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "You ugly and disgusting red-haired monster, what are you?" The devil commander Tu Ren was not angry. Instead, the sneer on his face deepened, and his eyes were filled with pity. Swoosh! Ben Shui heard a rumor in the Central State praising you as the #1 genius of the human race. I didn't expect the so-called #1 genius of the human race to be like this. Ben Shui is thoroughly disappointed. Brat, perk up your ears and listen carefully. This marshal is one of the 6 great demon marshals under the Devil Emperor, the world-famous Bloody Hand Butcher, a demon marshal who butchers people. Devil Commander? Butcher? Ji Tianxing frowned, and his eyes became even more solemn and gloomy. When he saw Devil Commander Tu Ren, he already sensed that Tu Ren's strength had reached the soul-tempering stage. However, he did not expect this devil powerhouse who wore a scarlet cloak and a dragon skin skirt to be one of the 6 great devil commanders. Godmaster Heiyu had told him something in the Black Feather Palace. During the 1,000 years when the Devil Emperor was suppressed, the reason why the devil race was able to hide in the northern desert and stubbornly defend themselves was because of the support of the 6 great devil commanders. The 6 great devil commanders were all soul-tempering stage powerhouses. They were the marshals in charge of millions of devil armies. They were very powerful and ruthless. Recalling Godmaster Heiyu's words, Ji Tianxing looked at Tu Ren with disdain. I thought the devil commanders were some amazing powerhouses. I didn't expect them to be trash like you. Tu Ren, I guess you must be the weakest of the 6 great devil commanders to make up the numbers. Ji Tianxing's words mercilessly poked at Tu Ren's sore spot, causing his expression to change drastically. His eyes burned with rage. Because he guessed right. Tu Ren was just a weakling. One of the 6 great devil commanders had operated in the northern desert for hundreds of years and controlled an incomparably large force. That devil commander did not see the return of the devil emperor, so he became disloyal. He gave himself the title of devil emperor and set up his own sect. With one of the 6 great devil commanders missing and a new devil emperor setting up his own sect, the hearts of the devil race in the northern desert were scattered, and the situation was chaotic. Coincidentally, Tu Ren had advanced to the soul-tempering stage. After many battles and competitions, he finally became the new devil commander, ranked last. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Tu Ren roared with rage. His whole body burned with blood-red flames, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Seeing his reaction, Ji Tianxing was even more certain of his guess. The sneer on his face deepened. He stared coldly at Tu Ren and shouted angrily, "Where's my father? Hand him over." Tu Ren temporarily suppressed his anger and grinned cruelly, "Little bastard, you want to save your father? Easy, use your life to exchange for it." As he spoke, he waved his hand and ordered the 15 black-clothed men, "Kill him." The 15 black-clothed martial artists immediately waved their swords and sabers, using violent killing moves. They surrounded Ji Tianxing from all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shadows of swords and sabers blotted out the sky. The surging black fog and blood light instantly covered the sky within 1,000 meters, and the grassland was covered in darkness. The 15 black-clothed men used the devil race's secret arts with all their might. Since Ji Tianxing had already arrived at Mount Tranquility, they no longer needed to hide their identities. They only needed to carry out their orders. "You're all demon bastards. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood." Ji Tianxing's killing intent surged. He shouted coldly and immediately waved his palms to display his sword skills, fighting with the black-clothed men. The 24 guards of the Heavenly Stellar Domain Chief's mansion were killed by these black-clothed men. Jiang Chen was also severely injured by them. Ji Tianxing was filled with rage. He used his secret sword skills with all his might. "Shatter the mountains and rivers." His whole body emitted a 5-colored light that soared to the sky, covering 1,000 meters in radius. His figure became blurry and flickered randomly within 1,000 meters, leaving hundreds of afterimages. The black-clothed men could not touch him at all. Moreover, he waved his palms and released tens of thousands of 5-colored sword lights, sealing off the entire area. Chapter 8:12. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, tens of thousands of sword lights exploded at the same time. At that moment, the explosion shook the universe, and a dazzling 5-colored spiritual light covered the entire mountain peak. The area within a few thousand meters was turned into ruins by the violent and fierce sword chi, and a deep pit was formed on the ground. The entire Tranquility Mountain shook violently, and more than 10 wide gullies were formed on the mountain. The mountain peak was a mess, and it took a long time for the dust that covered the sky to dissipate. Ji Tianxing performed this sword technique with all his strength, and instantly, 12 of the 15 black-clothed men disappeared. Those 12 Yuan Dan stage elites, under the bombardment of tens of thousands of sword lights, were directly turned into ashes, and not even a complete corpse was left. Only the 3 Sky Origin Stage Level 5 and 6 Demon Kings were lucky enough to block most of the sword chi and survived. However, they were also heavily injured, and their black robes had long been torn into rags. Their bodies were covered in blood and crisscrossed wounds. In their heavily injured state, they could no longer maintain their human forms, and immediately reverted to their original forms, which were 3 ferocious demonic beasts that were 10 meters tall. Ji Tianxing stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent as he stood in the sky, not a speck of dust on his body. 3,000 meters in front of him, Demon General Tu Ren was also standing in the sky, staring at him with his eyes wide open. Just now, after Tu Ren ordered the Demon Kings and Demon Generals under his command to attack, he leisurely flew into the sky, ready to watch the battle. Although he was arrogant and didn't put Ji Tianxing in his eyes, he wasn't reckless or impulsive. He did not know Ji Tianxing well, so he let the demon kings and demon generals attack Ji Tianxing first. While Ji Tianxing was fighting with the demon kings, he could also observe Ji Tianxing's weaknesses and flaws, and gain a deeper understanding of him. The most important reason was that as a demon general with a high status, why would he need to personally deal with a Sky Origin stage human brat? However, he had never expected that Ji Tianxing would be able to instantly kill 12 devil generals and severely injure 3 devil kings after exchanging just one move with the devil kings and devil generals. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Was Ji Tianxing really only at Sky Origin stage level 7? If he did not see it with his own eyes, Tu Ren would not dare to believe this result. After the great shock, his eyes and expression became gloomy, and he stopped looking down on Jian Wushuang. Little bastard, you really surprised Ben Shuai. No wonder so many demon kings came to Middle State to deal with you, and none of them succeeded. Tu Ren glared at Ji Tianxing with blood-red flames burning in his eyes. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Ji Tianxing looked at him expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, Tu Ren, let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over my father obediently, and I'll forget about what happened today. Otherwise, you and your dog slaves will all be buried here. Hearing his imposing and domineering words, Tu Ren was so angry that he laughed. Pa, what an arrogant little bastard. You really don't know what's good for you. Ben Shuai has been in the northern desert for hundreds of years. He is in charge of millions of demon army. He has killed countless human insects. Since you are so eager to die, Ben Shuai will fulfill your wish. Tu Ren bellowed furiously. He immediately waved both of his palms and unleashed an earth-shattering blood-red light towards Ji Tianxing. Blood slaughter purgatory. The dark red blood light covered the sky and covered a radius of 10 miles. Suddenly, the sky and earth became a blood purgatory, sealed by the boundless blood light. Only blood was left between the sky and earth. The endless blood water was rolling and surging, creating huge waves. The shocking waves of blood carried a violent power and a strange corrosive power. They kept rushing towards Ji Tianxing, trying to drown him in the blood sea. There was also a formless soul power that kept eroding his soul. His mind was blurred, and his consciousness was in chaos. Thousands of images appeared in his mind. There was a tidal wave of demon army, breaking into human cities, massacring human villages, and brutally killing hundreds of thousands of human civilians. Ji Tianxing knew very well that this blood slaughter purgatory was a domain formed by Tu Ren's soul secret technique. The mark of a soul refinement expert was to be able to use a domain. They could use their own magic power to seal an area and control it. He was in the blood slaughter purgatory domain. Not only was his movement restricted, his strength was weakened. Even his soul and will were affected. This was the power of a domain. In the blood slaughter purgatory, Tu Ren was the ruler of this domain. He was an almost invincible existence. Ha, little bastard. You have been sealed by Ben Shuai's domain. Today, you will not be able to escape. You will die without a doubt. You will turn into blood and enter Ben Shuai's blood sea. At the peak of the blood sea, there was a mountain of white bones. Tu Ren crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood proudly at the peak of the white bone mountain. He looked down at Ji Tianxing, who was sinking in the blood sea. Other than the two of them, there were 3 other Sky Origin realm demon kings in this blood sea domain. The 3 of them were heavily injured, but they were moving in the blood sea, absorbing the power of the blood sea with all their might to quickly recover from their injuries. Ji Tianxing saw with his own eyes that the wounds on the hideous bodies of the 3 demon kings were healing at a rapid speed. After a while, the 3 demon kings stepped on the blood sea and sped over. Waving their 10-meter-long heavy swords, they slashed out shocking saber light and sword light. Ji Tianxing immediately circulated his power and broke free of the blood sea's restraint and seal. He flew above the blood sea and fought with the 3 demon kings. Not only did he have to endure the attacks of the 3 demon kings, he was also suppressed by the power of the blood slaughter purgatory. He could only use 60% of his strength, and his speed was also reduced by half. And the 3 demon kings had not only recovered from their injuries, their strength had also increased. Their strength had doubled. In such a situation, Ji Tianxing exchanged 2 moves with the 3 demon kings. He could only push them back and was unable to kill them. Even if he used all his strength to use the Golden Emperor slash and heavily injured one of the demon kings. But the demon king fell into the blood sea and jumped out of it not long after, its injuries healed. Seeing this result, Ji Tianxing immediately understood. In this blood sea domain, not only did Tu Ren's strength increase, the fighting strength of the 3 demon kings also increased. They are not afraid of being injured. If I want to kill them, I can only use an ultimate killing move to completely destroy them. He understood the ins and outs of the blood slaughter purgatory and did not hesitate. He immediately used his trump card. White Heart Demon Suppression Art. He shouted in a cold and dignified voice. He circulated this demon suppression art with all his strength, and his body lit up with a sacred golden light. His entire body was wrapped in the golden light, like a golden armored war god, sacred and mighty. Even if the blood sea bobbed up and down and the blood waves surged to the sky, it could not hide the brilliance of the golden light. When the 3 demon kings charged over with murderous intent and surrounded him without fear of death, his eyes shone with a cold and dignified light as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 8:13. As Ji Tianxing spoke, he waved his palms and released a dazzling divine golden light. The omnipresent holy golden light condensed into 300-meter-long golden light swords. Swish, swish, swish. Under Ji Tianxing's control, the 3 giant divine swords, which were imbued with an overwhelming aura of righteousness, flew towards the 3 demon kings. Bam, bam, bam. With a deafening sound, the attacks of the 3 demon lords were shattered by the demon-vanquishing swords. Immediately after, the 3 demon lords were also pierced by the demon-vanquishing swords. Wrapped in golden light, they flew back as fast as lightning. Before they could fall into the blood sea, their 10-meter-tall bodies exploded, smashed into pieces by the demon-vanquishing swords. Ji Tianxing's strength far surpassed the 3 demon lords. The pure heart demon-subduing art he used was a divine technique that specialized in restraining the demon race. Of course, its power was extraordinary. He used this move to kill the 3 demon lords on the spot. Not even their corpses were left. The broken pieces of the corpses that covered the sky were like dust that drifted into the boundless sea of blood. Seeing this, on the White Bone Mountain at the peak of the Blood Sea, Demon Commander Tu Ren's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock. Bastard! How is this possible? The 3 demon lords were strengthened by Benshuai's purgatory power and were almost immortal. What sword technique did he use to dispel demon power and kill the 3 demon lords in an instant? At this moment, Demon Commander Tu Ren did not underestimate Ji Tianxing at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of fear towards Ji Tianxing's marvelous sword technique. He was a soul refinement realm expert. Of course, he could see that Ji Tianxing's sword technique contained a divine aura. It was the nemesis of the evil demon Qi. Little bastard, you're not bad. You're worthy of Benshuai killing you personally. Demon Commander Tu Ren stood at the peak of the White Bone Mountain, his scarlet cape fluttering in the wind. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing, finally enraged and filled with killing intent. He was no longer arrogant and conceited. He was going to treat Ji Tianxing seriously and go all out. Blood sea overflows the heavens, unparalleled demonic might. Tu Ren waved his palms, releasing an invisible mysterious power from his body, controlling the entire bloody massacre purgatory. As Ji Tianxing roared, the entire blood sea purgatory surged, releasing a power that could suppress heaven and earth, pressing down on Ji Tianxing. Not only that, but more than a dozen giant waves that were 1,000 meters tall were condensed from the sea of blood, and with the power to destroy everything, they crashed toward Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was suddenly suppressed by the domain power, and he kept falling. He was about to fall into the blood sea. A few 1,000-meter-tall waves were crashing at him from all directions, trying to smash him into smithereens. At this critical moment, he did not panic. He maintained a calm mind, and the golden light that flickered all over his body became even more dazzling. A pure heart, free from filth, free from the true self. He silently chanted the white heart devil subduing spell in his heart, and his power began to circulate in his body. A sacred golden light shot up into the sky from his body. In just a few breaths of time, he dissolved the suppression of the blood sea purgatory with the power of the pure heart demon subduing art. Since then, with the protection of the white heart demon subduing art and the sacred golden light, he was no longer suppressed by the power of the blood sea purgatory. Suddenly, without the pressure of Mount Tai, he only felt his body relax, as if he could fly into the sky. His combat power had recovered to its peak, and his movement was no longer hindered. His speed was also at its peak. When the giant waves of blood came crashing down from all directions, he used all his power without hesitation, broke through the blockade of the blood waves, and flew into the sky above the blood sea. Boom, boom, boom. A few thousand-meter-tall waves of blood suddenly missed their target, and they crashed into the blood sea with earth-shattering sounds. The demon marshal's human slaughter killer move missed. He immediately showed a shocked expression. At this moment, Ji Tianxing stared at him coldly and sternly. He waved his hands and formed a mysterious seal, using a sacred secret technique. Demon Sealing Palm. Endless golden light gathered in his palms, forming a giant golden palm that was as big as a palace and had a radius of 100 meters. The giant palm flashed with a blinding golden light, and it emitted a sacred aura that could suppress all evil. It was like the wrath of a god, and it was punishing him. Kill! Ji Tianxing's voice was as loud as a bell as he roared. He activated the gigantic golden palm that blotted out the sky and slammed it towards Demon Commander Tu Ren with all his might. Back when he was breaking the blood-dissipating demon curse, he used this secret technique in the depths of his soul to fight the ancient heart demon. Today, he used this secret technique for the second time, but it was to deal with a real demon, a demon commander in the soul refinement realm. Ji Tianxing was not sure if he could defeat Tu Ren, who was in the first level of the soul refinement realm. But he knew that the white heart demon subduing art was a divine technique that could suppress demons, so he was full of confidence. When the destructive demon sealing palm fell from the sky, the demon commander Tu Ren's face was full of shock, and his eyes were full of fear. But he had never truly fought with Ji Tianxing, so how could he be afraid of dodging? He could not afford to lose face. Little bastard, you're courting death. The demon commander Tu Ren roared angrily and waved his palms with all his might, sending out two giant bloody palm shadows towards the demon sealing palm. Bang! The three giant palms collided, and a loud explosion shook the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the two gigantic blood-red palm shadows that were as large as mountains were smashed to pieces, turning into countless blood-red fragments that scattered into the sea of blood. The sky above the blood sea turned into a world of golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The violent impact spread out in all directions, creating a bottomless pit in the blood sea and stirring up waves of blood. Ji Tianxing saw with his own eyes that the demon commander Tu Ren was hit by the demon sealing palm and flew out in a sorry state, crashing into the edge of the blood sea domain. Bang! With a muffled sound, the demon commander Tu Ren was bounced back by the domain and fell into the blood sea powerlessly. Ji Tianxing was filled with joy, and his spirit was lifted. He clenched his fist and shouted, "The white heart demon subduing art is indeed extraordinary, and its power is actually so terrifying." This was the first time he used the white heart demon subduing art to kill an enemy. The result was surprising. With his strength of the 7th level of the Sky Origin Realm, he could actually send Tu Ren, who was in the 1st level of the Soul Refinement Realm, flying with one palm. This was absolutely a shocking and unprecedented miracle. In fact, when Ji Tianxing killed Duanmu Huang's soul was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced, which was equivalent to the strength of a LV1 soul refining stage cultivator. At that time, he was only LV6 Sky Origin Stage Cultivator, and he used all his strength and his ultimate skill to kill Duanmu Huang. Now that he was even stronger, reaching LV7 Sky Origin Stage, of course he was qualified to fight a LV1 Soul Refining Stage Cultivator. Especially, he used the White Heart Demon Subduing Art, which could restrain the power of the demons, which increased his battle strength. The demon commander Tu Ren struggled in the blood sea for a while, and then flew back to the sky in a sorry state. This was too embarrassing. As a demon commander, he was actually slapped away by a sky origin stage human brat. This was absolutely a great humiliation. He glared at Ji Tianxing with eyes full of hatred, and shouted furiously, "Ji Tianxing! You lowly worm, how can you be a match for Ben Shuai? Ben Shuai will kill you and burn your bones to ashes." Chapter 8:14. Demon Commander Tu Ren's internal organs had been injured by the demon's sealing palm. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth and nostrils. His red hair was disheveled, and his cloak hung crookedly by his side. His aura was somewhat chaotic and berserk. He looked rather pathetic, even though his injuries were not serious and did not affect his ability to fight. But this was too humiliating for him. If the Northern Desert demon race knew of this scene, he would lose all face as a demon commander. He would be ridiculed by all the demons in the world. The thick humiliation and anger caused him to go completely mad. Ji Tianxing stood above the blood sea, his expression cold. He stared at him sharply and shouted, "Tu Ren, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over my father, or I'll kill you today." "With a worm like you? In your dreams?" Demon Commander Tu Ren roared furiously, and a bloody light surged out of his body. "Blood slaughter true body, appear." His figure was swallowed up by the boundless bloody light and became blurry, making it impossible to see clearly. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling bloody light expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters. A giant demon beast as large as a mountain with a ferocious appearance appeared. This dark red giant beast was like a toad magnified millions of times. Its entire body was covered in dark red lumps and pustules. It had a flat and wide mouth, like a dark red abyss. Moreover, there were a dozen rows of sharp spikes on its back and under its ribs. It also had 6 broad black wings on its back. Its scarlet eyes, as large as a house, revealed an extremely venomous gaze as it stared at Ji Tianxing. It opened its bloody mouth and shouted angrily, "Ji Tianxing! You were able to force Ben Shuai to reveal his true body. You should be proud that you were killed by Ben Shuai today." When it finished speaking, it flapped its 6 broad wings and fanned the blood sea. The power of the blood sea domain instantly exploded, turning into a bloody stream of light that could crush the world and destroy everything. The boundless blood sea also gathered into tens of thousands of enormous bloody water pillars that shot towards Ji Tianxing. It was as if a blood-red inferno had descended from the sky, and tens of thousands of blood-red flood dragons had soared into the sky, charging forward fearlessly. Ji Tianxing was like a feather in the midst of blood and fire, about to be incinerated into nothingness in an instant. Not to mention that he was only a sky origin stage cultivator. Even a city with a radius of 100 miles would be turned into ruins under the attack of the thousands of dragons. However, Ji Tianxing's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of such a terrifying ultimate move. When the sky was filled with blood-red flames and tens of thousands of blood-red water pillars came crashing down, he did not hesitate to use the seal of mountains and rivers. Suppressing mountains and rivers. He let out a low grunt and channeled his true qi into the seal of mountains and rivers. Instantly, the seal of mountains and rivers expanded to the size of a house, emitting a dazzling golden light. Previously, when he was fighting with Duanmu Huang, the power of the seal of mountains and rivers was almost exhausted. Its light was dim, and its defensive power was weak. After half a month of recuperation, the power of the seal of mountains and rivers had naturally recovered by 80%, and it shone with golden light again. Soul-level magic treasures were so miraculous. As long as they were not severely damaged, they could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover their power. Moreover, this seal of mountains and rivers was a high-grade soul-level magic treasure personally refined by the Emperor himself. Its effect was naturally extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless blood-red flames and water pillars bombarded the seal of mountains and rivers like a violent storm, producing a deafening explosion. The seal of mountains and rivers swayed and trembled in the midst of the blood-red flames and light flames, its golden light flickering unsteadily. However, no matter how powerful the Blood Sea domain was, it could not break the defense of the seal of mountains and rivers. Ji Tianxing, who was hiding in the seal of mountains and rivers, was safe and sound. With Demon Commander Tu Ren's level 1 soul refining stage strength, he wanted to destroy the seal of mountains and rivers? Absolutely impossible. After a long time, the earth-shattering explosion gradually stopped. The blood-red light and waves that covered the sky scattered in all directions and gradually calmed down. Demon Commander Tu Ren flew in the sky and looked down at the seal of mountains and rivers from above, still accumulating more power. Swoosh! The seal of mountains and rivers suddenly shrunk and Ji Tianxing's figure appeared, unharmed. He stared coldly at Tu Ren. Looking at its ugly body that was as huge as a mountain, he shouted in a deep voice, "Tu Ren, since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you first, then save my father." Burning Sky Palm. He slowly raised his left arm and activated the power of the Scarlet Flame True Fire, causing his arm to be as red as magma. He activated the endless Scarlet Flame True Fire, condensing it into a huge flaming palm that covered the sky and fiercely slammed towards Tu Ren. In that instant, the monstrous flames lit up the entire Blood Sea, causing the dark red blood water to evaporate into steam, forming a thick fog. Tu Ren hurriedly flapped his 6 wings and flew away as fast as lightning to dodge. However, the burning sky palm locked onto his aura and caught up to him in the blink of an eye, slamming into him. Bang! Tu Ren's abdomen, which was covered with a layer of black carapace, was hit by the burning sky palm on the spot. A few wide cracks appeared and black-red demon blood spurted out. The wound was charred black and emitted black smoke. The incomparable pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was sent flying by the burning sky palm, crashing into the edge of the Blood Sea domain. The barrier made of blood-red light rumbled under the impact, and numerous cracks appeared on it. Ji Tianxing did not hesitate, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and use the Pure Heart Demon Suppression Art, releasing the strongest demon suppression ultimate kill. The Great Tao is flawed, the Pure Heart is untainted, the 3 pristine Qi transformation, the mysterious Sky Demon Suppression. He stood above the Blood Sea with a solemn expression and shouted in a low voice, waving his palms to form a mysterious seal. At this moment his entire body was emitting a golden light, as if a god had descended. As he crazily channeled his energy, the golden light emitted from his body became more and more resplendent. Finally, after 10 breaths, his energy had accumulated to its peak. He suddenly opened his arms and slammed towards Tu Ren with all his might. In that instant, endless sacred golden light burst out without reservation, filling the entire Blood Sea domain. The vast and boundless Blood Sea, the demon Qi that filled the domain, and the blood light and flames that descended from the sky were all purified by the sacred golden light. The descent of a god, the retreat of evil, the vast golden light, and the disappearance of the demon Qi. As a result, millions of golden spirit flowers bloomed in the sky and fell from the sky. Under Ji Tianxing's feet, millions of resplendent golden lotuses bloomed rapidly. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. Kaboom! Tu Ren's bloody massacre purgatory finally could not hold on and exploded on the spot. All of the Blood Sea and demonic Qi disappeared without a trace. Tu Ren's soul domain was destroyed on the spot. He suffered a backlash from the domain's power and spat out blood. The sacred power of the demon suppression ultimate kill also heavily injured him, causing his power to drop by 40%. He fell onto the mountain peak covered in blood, struggling and rolling in pain. Furthermore, under his heavy injuries, his power was quickly draining away. He had no choice but to withdraw his original demon body and transform back into his 3-meter-tall human form. Chapter 8:15. Swoosh! The bloody light and demonic Qi that filled the sky disappeared. The peak of Mount Tranquility finally regained its clarity. The sun had just risen. The golden sunlight shone on the peak of the mountain and reflected on the devastated ruins. Ji Tianxing stood in the sky. His white robe was as clean as new. His whole body exuded a sacred and majestic aura. In the deep pit of the ruins under his feet, there was a demon covered in blood and mud. It was Tu Ren, the demon commander. Tu Ren was completely defeated. His divine soul domain was forcibly broken, and his divine soul suffered a backlash, which caused him to suffer severe injuries. Soul injuries were the most difficult to heal. He would need at least 30 years of seclusion to recover to his peak state. Until now, Tu Ren was rolling and wailing in pain. He still couldn't accept this reality. He was a demon commander, a spirit-refining stage warrior. How could he be seriously injured by a Sky Origin Stage Level 7 worm and lie on the ground like a dead dog? This was impossible. Since the beginning of time, nothing like this had ever happened. The difference between Sky Origin Stage and Spirit Refining Stage was like the difference between a mortal and a martial artist. How could it be so easily overcome? Tu Ren couldn't understand. Ji Tianxing was only in Sky Origin Stage. How could he perform such a sacred and powerful skill? Only a Spirit Refining Stage warrior could perform such a skill. Ji Tianxing's secret skill, golden light illumination, heavenly flowers rain, golden lotuses bloom, even a Spirit Refining Stage warrior couldn't perform such a skill. Tu Ren was completely dumbfounded. He vaguely understood. No wonder so many demon kings came to Zhongzhou, but none of them could defeat Ji Tianxing. No wonder the demon king valued Ji Tianxing so much that he gave a death order to seize his Kenshin bloodline. No wonder when the demon king was born, he was severely injured by Ji Tianxing and had to flee back to the northern desert. This kid wasn't human at all. He was a monster. A once-in-a-lifetime monster. Half an hour ago, Tu Ren boasted in front of Zhu Shuai. He swore that he would kill Ji Tianxing in 3 moves and seize the Kenshin bloodline. At that time, he was arrogant and conceited. He did not put Ji Tianxing in his eyes at all. At this moment, when he recalled what he'd said, he was instantly filled with shame and indignation, and he wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. How was he going to face Marshal Zhuo when he saw this? It was too humiliating. Tu Ren struggled with all his might in the soil of the deep pit. He used his power to shake off the soil on his body, wiped away the blood on his face, and looked up at the sky. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Ji Tianxing looking down at him with an indifferent expression and a powerful aura. It just so happened that the rising sun sprinkled down a bright golden light that shone on his body, making him look as dignified as a deity. Tu Ren suddenly had an illusion, as if he had seen a deity descending from the heavens. At this moment, Ji Tianxing spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Tu Ren, hand over my father and I'll grant you a quick and painless death. Tu Ren was filled with rage, and his tone was cold as he shouted, "How arrogant! Little bastard, how dare you talk about killing Ben Shuai with your strength? Moreover, your father is not here with Ben Shuai." Ji Tianxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sharp cold light gushed out from his eyes. "Bastard! How dare you trick me? Where did you take my father? Speak." Tu Ren's mouth, which was full of blood, cracked into a sinister sneer. However, he didn't open his mouth to answer. Ji Tianxing's eyes were cold, and his whole body emitted a cold, murderous aura. He shouted angrily, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his whole body lit up with a bright golden light, and a violent true core aura burst out. He was about to use his ultimate move to attack Tu Ren. At this moment, a cold shout that was as gloomy as ice suddenly came from above the ruins not far away. "Ji Tianxing, if you don't want your father to die, Ben Shuai, stop." Suddenly hearing this voice, Ji Tianxing's body stiffened, and his expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to put down his raised palms. Tu Ren, who was in the deep pit, had a very complicated expression. There was a kind of relief and joy, but also a deep sense of shame and humiliation. In the next moment, a tall and burly dark purple figure flew above the ruins and stopped above the deep pit. Ji Tianxing turned his head and saw that it was a demon race elite who was more than 3 meters tall. This person was wearing a dark purple robe and had a head of purple hair. He wore a necklace of skulls around his neck, and his whole body emitted a powerful and domineering aura. Moreover, this purple-robed elite strength had also reached the spirit cultivation realm, and his strength and aura were even stronger than 2 Rens. Ji Tianxing immediately realized that this purple-robed elite must also be a demon commander. Damn it! There are actually 2 demon commanders? The ancient demon emperor sent 2 demon commanders to Central State to be in charge of the demonic goo. The 2 of them actually captured my father and worked together to set up this vicious trap just to deal with me. Ji Tianxing's expression changed instantly. This thought flashed through his mind, and he was both shocked and furious. He finally realized how important he was to the ancient demon emperor, and how much the ancient demon emperor hated him to the core. He stared coldly at the purple-robed demon commander and suddenly laughed coldly. Ha! Looks like the ancient demon emperor was so badly beaten up by me that he hates and values me so much that he actually sent 2 demon commanders to deal with me. Although he was laughing coldly, Ji Tianxing's expression and eyes were not relaxed at all. Instead, they were filled with hatred and murderous intent. The purple-robed demon commander, Zhou Shuai, looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, "No, Ji Tianxing, you are wrong. You think too highly of yourself. The one that His Majesty Demon Emperor hates and values is Sword God, not you. If you were not the successor of Kenshin, you would not even be worthy of His Majesty the Demon Emperor's attention. You are just a lowly mortal. There is no need for Ben Shuai to do anything. Any demon general can kill you." Zhou Shuai's tone was cold and calm. There was no anger in it, as if he was stating a fact. After that, he did not look at Ji Tianxing's reaction and lowered his head to look at Tu Ren, who was in the deep pit in the ruins. "Tu Ren, do you still remember what Ben Shuai told you before? Now, you should believe me, right?" Zhou Shuai did not get angry, nor did he have the intention to lecture or reprimand him. But in Tu Ren's ears, these words were so ear-piercing, like a resounding slap on his face. He was filled with shame and anger, but he could only lower his head and endure the humiliation. He could not refute at all. He naturally remembered this humiliation and hatred on Ji Tianxing. He swore to himself that he would find a chance to return it 10 times over. Ji Tianxing was too lazy to pay attention to the matter between the 2 demon commanders. He glared at Zhou Shuai and coldly shouted, "As demon commanders and spirit refinement realm experts, you dare to attack a mortal like my father. You are despicable and shameless to the extreme. I have already come as promised. Let my father go now. This is a grudge between us. It has nothing to do with my father." Zhou Shuai immediately raised an eyebrow and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking sneer. "Ha! To us demons, despicable and shameless. Ben Shuai will only take it that you are praising Ben Shuai. Although you are very courageous and really came to the appointment alone, this marshal will not be soft-hearted." Chapter 8:16. Give me your life in exchange. Zhou Shuai's cold and dignified voice reverberated in the air above the mountain peak. Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows and stared at him coldly. His entire body was filled with a thick killing intent. He did not get angry immediately. Instead, he shouted at Zhou Shuai in a deep voice, "I know that you are here on the orders of the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor's target is me. Let me see my father. I want to see him safe and sound." Zhou Shuai did not speak. He raised his left hand expressionlessly. With a flash of brilliance in his palm, a crystal ball appeared out of thin air. The mysterious crystal ball was obviously a Dharma artifact. A middle-aged man in a blue robe was sealed in the crystal ball. It was Ji Changkong. When Ji Tianxing saw the appearance of the crystal ball, his pupils shrank. His gaze focused on Ji Changkong's body. Seeing that Ji Changkong was heavily injured and covered in blood, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, Ji Changkong was only seriously injured and was still alive for the time being. Unfortunately, Ji Tianxing's spiritual sense could not penetrate the crystal ball. He could not check on his father's injuries, nor could he send a message to his father to ask about the situation. When Ji Tianxing saw his father covered in scars and unconscious due to serious injuries, A monstrous rage surged in his heart. He stared at Zhuo Shuai coldly and shouted in a deep voice, "Let my father go. I can seal my power and follow you back to the northern desert to see the Devil Emperor." Obviously, this was just a stalling tactic. As long as his father could escape danger, he would rather seal his power and follow the two devil marshals back to the northern desert. After all, he had many ways to escape. Tu Ren, who was in the deep pit in the ruins, quickly flew out of the pit and flew up to the sky to stand beside Zhuo Shuai. When he heard Ji Tianxing's words, he sneered secretly and could not wait to agree. Humans are indeed weaklings who are bound by 7 emotions and 6 desires. No matter how strong this kid is, his father is in our hands. He has to obey us. After he seals his power, Ben Shuai will use thousands of methods to torture and kill him. However, what Ji Tianxing and Tu Ren did not expect was that Zhuo Shuai actually shook his head and refused. He even revealed a contemptuous sneer. "Ji Tianxing, don't embarrass yourself in front of Ben Shuai with your little tricks. To the Nephilim king, only the Kenshin bloodline is useful. You are just a useless ant. Why would Ben Shuai bother to bring you back to the northern desert? Ben Shuai only needs your Kenshin blood." After saying that, Zhuo Shuai waved his hand and shot out a bloody light, which flew in front of Ji Tianxing. Within the blood-red light was a dark and cold demonic sword. The demonic sword was only 2 feet long and the blade was twisted like a snake. There were mysterious and simple patterns engraved on it. It was clearly a soul-ranked magic treasure. The demonic sword floated in the air in front of Ji Tianxing. It flickered with cold demonic light and emitted a mysterious and powerful aura. Zhuo Shuai played with the crystal ball in his left hand and put his right hand behind his back. He exuded a powerful and domineering aura. He sneered and said, "Ji Tianxing, Ben Shuai will give you a chance. Use that sword to kill yourself in front of Ben Shuai. Stab yourself in the heart and Ben Shuai will let your father go." Ji Tianxing frowned and secretly clenched his fists in his sleeves. He knew very well that the Nephilim had always been cunning and cruel. They would never keep any promises or honor. That demonic sword was very strange. It was most likely a magic treasure that could absorb Kenshin blood. Even if he really killed himself with the demonic sword, the Nephilim king would not let his father go. In the end, he and his father would die here. Ji Tianxing stared coldly at Zhuo Shuai and asked in a deep voice, "What if I don't?" Zhuo Shuai didn't get angry. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said in a sinister voice, "If you don't, then Ben Shuai will kill your father and then kill you. He will personally take out the Kenshin blood." As he said that, he clenched his left hand and squeezed the crystal ball with his 6 strong fingers. A few cracks immediately appeared on the crystal ball. The crystal ball was filled with strands of blood-red light, which turned into blood-red snakes that bit at Ji Changkong's body. The unconscious Ji Changkong was bitten by the bloody snakes and had several bloody holes on his body. Several pieces of flesh were torn off and he immediately screamed in pain. Unfortunately, he was sealed in the crystal ball. No matter how much he screamed, Ji Tianxing couldn't hear him. When Ji Tianxing saw his father being bitten by the blood-red snake and struggling in pain, he was so angry that his eyes turned blood red. "Stop, you devil, stop." He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked, and gnashed his teeth as he shouted angrily. Only then did Zhuo Shuai unhurriedly loosen his 6 fingers, causing the blood snakes to disperse. He stared at Ji Tianxing with a sinister gaze and said with a mocking smile, "Ha, as expected of a father and son's deep affection. Ji Tianxing, you don't have the right to negotiate with Ben Shuai. Either you pick up that sword and commit suicide or you and your father will die together. Ben Shuai will only give you 6 breaths of time. After 6 breaths, your father will die without a doubt." As Zhuo Shuai's voice fell, an invisible aura of death quietly spread out and enveloped the entire mountain peak. The air seemed to have solidified and the world seemed to have turned gray and colorless. Even the golden light of the rising sun from the east was obscured by the dark clouds that floated in from nowhere. The heavy, oppressive, austere, and deathly aura filled Ji Tianxing's heart. 1. Zhuo Shuai raised his right hand and retracted a finger. Ji Tianxing stood stiffly on the spot, his eyes fixed on Zhuai. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind as he racked his brain to think of a solution. There's only 6 breaths of time. How can I save my father? This demon commander is several times stronger than Tu Ren. His shrewdness and intelligence are also extremely high. He's too difficult to deal with. If I forcefully save my father, he might be killed by Zhuai before I can snatch the crystal ball. But I can't forcefully do it. This demon commander is even more treacherous and vicious than Tu Ren. I can't take the risk. Just as he was anxiously analyzing and deliberating, Zhuai's right hand retracted a second finger. 2 breaths of time passed. Ji Tianxing's expression became more and more unsightly. The killing intent and anger in his chest were about to explode. I can't forcefully do it. Do I really have to use that devil sword to commit suicide? I can't take this risk. That devil sword is very strange. The demon commander must have prepared it long ago. At that time, even if I kill myself, my father will still die. I have to live. At this moment, Zhuai retracted a third finger. 3. The atmosphere became colder and colder. Heaven and earth turned gray and the sun lost its luster. There's not much time left. I have to think of a solution immediately. Ji Tianxing's heart was burning with worry. The veins on his forehead could be seen. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought of all kinds of solutions, including using the white heart demon subduing art, the seal of mountains and rivers, the thunderbolt spirit eyes, and other trump cards. But he realized in despair that no matter which trump card he used, he had no absolute confidence in snatching the crystal ball from Zhuai's hands. Anger and despair filled Ji Tianxing's heart. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the mysterious and cold devil sword floating in the air in front of him. For Zhuai's voice sounded again. The 4th finger retracted. There were only 2 breaths of time left. Ji Tianxing stretched out his hand with great difficulty and slowly reached for the devil sword. I don't care. I have to stabilize this demon commander first. He gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind to reach out and grab the devil sword. At this moment, a vigorous and ancient voice suddenly sounded in the depths of his mind. How can you forget me at a time like this? Do you think I don't exist? Chapter 8:17. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang in Ji Tianxing's mind. Hearing the familiar voice, the cold and arrogant tone, Lu Cheng's body shook as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Burial of Heaven. Without a doubt, only the Burial of Heaven could communicate with Lu Cheng's divine soul and send a voice transmission to his mind. Ji Tianxing was a little confused. Wasn't the Burial of Heaven in a deep sleep to recover his primordial qi? Why did he suddenly wake up? However, Lu Cheng only had 2 breaths of time left. He didn't have the chance to ask these trivial questions. Burial of Heaven, do you have a way? This thought flashed across his mind as he communicated with the Burial of Heaven using his soul transmission. At the same time, Zhuai suddenly closed his 5th finger. 5. In Ji Tianxing's mind, the resolute and domineering voice of the Burial of Heaven rang out. Yes. Snatch it back. What? Ji Tianxing was stunned as this thought flashed across his mind. He was a little confused. However, before the Burial of Heaven could explain to him, Zhuai had already closed his 6th finger. 6. Zhuai clenched all 6 fingers of his right hand into a fist. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing as his body emitted a strong murderous intent. Time's up. Ji Tianxing, your father can die now. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted strength in his left hand and pinched the crystal ball. Crack. The crystal ball shattered on the spot and numerous cracks appeared. Once the crystal ball completely shattered, Ji Changkong, who was sealed in the crystal ball, would die without a doubt. This was a critical moment. It was a matter of life and death. Ji Tianxing didn't have time to hesitate or think too much. Relying on his trust in the Burial of Heaven, he unleashed all his power without holding back. He summoned the sword embryo in his body and used the Sword of Judgment to attack Zhuai. Sword of Judgment. In that instant, the sword embryo flew out at a speed faster than the speed of light. It transformed into a 10-meter-long golden sword of light, carrying with it a torrential golden flame and a pair of wings as it ruthlessly blasted towards Marshal Zhuo. The dark sky was illuminated by the resplendent golden light. The frozen air was also torn apart by the incomparably sharp sword qi. Ji Tianxing erupted with his strongest strength and most terrifying potential. This strike was definitely the most powerful strike he had ever used in his entire life. In a quarter of an instant, the Sword of Judgment had arrived in front of Marshal Zhuo and was about to hit him. Zhuo Shuai seemed to have expected Ji Tianxing to make a move. He wasn't surprised or worried, and his eyes even flashed with a mocking sneer. His left hand was still holding the crystal ball tightly. Immediately, he unleashed a violent power, wanting to crush the crystal ball completely. In the next instant, Ji Changkong's body was about to be smashed to pieces and he lost his life on the spot. But at this moment, the sky 5 steps away from Zhuo Shuai suddenly rippled. Space seemed to be torn apart, and a tall black shadow appeared out of thin air. This was the figure of a middle-aged human man. It was somewhat hazy and blurry. He seemed to be wearing a strange black robe that made it hard to see clearly. It also seemed like an illusory body that wasn't real. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his figure was tall and straight. He wasn't burly or majestic, but contained an unparalleled domineering aura. No, that wasn't domineering aura, that was divine power. No words could describe his majesty and domineering aura. Even the heavens and the earth would have to kneel, tremble, and worship before him. Only the gods above the 9 heavens had such a majesty that could suppress the heavens and the earth and intimidate the stars in the void. No one had expected him to appear without a sound or trace. When Marshal Zhuo noticed his presence, it was already too late. The black-robed figure instantly waved his right palm, and a cold and dazzling light slashed towards Marshal Zhuo's left wrist. Swoosh! The cold light was extremely fast. It was so fast that Marshal Zhuo couldn't see it clearly, and he didn't even have time to retract his left hand. He could only widen his eyes in horror as he watched his wrist being cut off by the cold light. Dark red blood spurted out from his wrist. His left palm was still holding the crystal ball tightly, but it had been separated from his wrist and flew out involuntarily. The hand that had been cut off no longer belonged to him. The black-robed figure waved his hand again, caught the broken hand, and took out the crystal ball. Swoosh! The black-robed figure flickered and teleported hundreds of meters away, returning to Ji Tianxing's side in an instant. In this way, the crystal ball was snatched from Marshal Zhuo's hand by the black-robed figure. From the moment the black-robed figure appeared, to the moment he snatched the crystal ball and teleported to Ji Tianxing's side, it only took a moment. The 3 people in the field were stunned. They were dumbfounded and petrified. At this time, Marshal Zhuo felt the piercing pain of his left hand being cut off, and he let out a painful scream. Ah ah ah! Then, the Sword of Judgment, which was shining with golden light, hit Zhuo Shuai hard and sent him flying. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the golden light was dazzling. The silence on the mountain peak was also broken by the screams and muffled sounds. Ji Tianxing and Tu Ren, who were dumbfounded, were awakened and came to their senses. Both of them widened their eyes and stared at the blurry black-robed figure. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were extremely shocked. My Lord Demon God! What is this thing? Is it a human or a god? Tu Ren was so shocked that his body stiffened. He could not help but gasp and exclaim. Ji Tianxing stared at the black-robed figure with burning eyes. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. You are the burial of heaven? You can actually show yourself? You are the burial of heaven. Since the day he discovered the Kenshin tomb and heard the voice of the burial of heaven, he had never seen the burial of heaven. He could not imagine what the burial of heaven, a broken sword soul, would look like. Now he finally saw it with his own eyes. The burial of heaven could actually show a human appearance. Although it was just a black-robed figure with no face or appearance, it was so powerful and mysterious that it made one's heart palpitate. Moreover, the burial of heaven's first appearance cut off the demon general's left hand and snatched back the crystal ball. Ji Tianxing was still immersed in excitement. His heart was surging and he could not calm down. The burial of heaven did not waste any time. He cast a mysterious spell with both hands and unlocked the seal on the crystal ball. Swoosh! The crystal ball turned into millions of silver starlight and instantly collapsed and dissipated. Ji Tianxing's figure appeared and immediately returned to his normal size. He was wrapped in a ball of starlight and was suspended in front of Ji Tianxing. He had been seriously injured and unconscious for a long time. His body was dripping with blood, and there were more than a dozen bloody holes that were so deep that bones could be seen. Ji Tianxing immediately came back to his senses. He stretched out his arms and hugged his unconscious father. He was about to use his green with spiritual qi to heal his father's injuries. However, Tu Ren had already come back to his senses. He roared angrily and released a monstrous blood-red light toward Ji Tianxing. In the sky 1,000 meters away, the Zhuoshui also flew back in a sorry state. He waved his palms furiously and cast a secret spell with terrifying power. Seeing this, the burial of heaven warned Ji Tianxing and rushed toward the Zhuoshui to meet the attack head-on. Chapter 8:18. Hearing Burial of Heaven's voice in his mind, Ji Tianxing's expression changed. Burial of Heaven's words had always been short and powerful, and he had long been used to it. Although Burial of Heaven did not say much, just a dozen words, he instantly understood one thing. Although Burial of Heaven appeared and cut off the demon marshal's left hand and took back the crystal ball, it seems incomparably powerful. But it is not a body of flesh and blood after all, and its vitality has not recovered. It may not be able to hold on for long, and it may not be able to defeat the two demon marshals. Now that we have rescued Father and achieved our goal, there is no need to tangle with the two demon marshals. Leaving Peaceful Mountain as soon as possible is the right way. As for today's grudge, there will be plenty of opportunities to take revenge in the future. These thoughts flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind, and he immediately made up his mind. He hurriedly took out the seal of mountains and rivers, and sent the unconscious Ji Changkong into the seal of mountains and rivers space. As long as the seal of mountains and rivers was not destroyed, Ji Changkong would be fine. After doing this, he hurriedly put away the seal of mountains and rivers, and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that Burial of Heaven was already fighting with Zhuoshui and Tu Ren. Zhuoshui and Tu Ren's attacks were incomparably ferocious, and the demon race's secret technique set off a huge wave of bloody light that covered the sky and earth, releasing a black fog of demon qi that covered the sun. Zhuoshui, in particular, was more than twice as strong as Tu Ren, and his attacks were incomparably fierce. He held the dark and mysterious demon sword in his hand, and slashed out thousands of bloody swords that covered half of the mountain peak. Even though Ji Tianxing was relatively far away, he was still intimidated by the bloody sword's sword qi that filled the sky. He felt a great pressure, and had to circulate his true essence to form a shield. Burial of Heaven's figure constantly flashed in the sky, like a black phantom, light as if it was weightless, and came and went without a trace, without a sound. Its control of the battle had reached a level of meticulous detail, which made Ji Tianxing incomparably shocked. It was aware of every giant sword and every ray of bloody light that was slashing at it from all directions. When the giant swords of bloody light slashed down like a rain of arrows, it was still calm and unhurried. It slipped through the gaps between the countless sword lights by a hair's breadth. At first glance, it looked as if its illusory body was not afraid of the sword light or the attacks of the secret arts at all. It could move around freely. But in reality, it had clearly seen through the flaws in the attacks of the two great demon commanders, and escaped from the encirclement through these flaws. It was now contending with the two great demon commanders. After all, it was the soul of the divine sword. In its life, it had experienced countless bloody battles and fought against countless divine weapons and peerless powerhouses. Its grasp of the details of the battle and its control of the situation on the battlefield had almost reached a perfect level. The violent attacks of the two great devil marshals missed and bombarded the majestic Tranquility Mountain, immediately blasting the entire Tranquility Mountain into pieces. Even the thousands of zhang tall mountain collapsed into countless pieces, rumbling and collapsing into ruins. Endless clouds of dust rose into the air, covering the sky within a radius of tens of miles. In the demon cave inside the mountain, there were originally a few black-clothed demon generals guarding the cave. After the Tranquility Mountain was blasted into ruins, those few demon generals were also unlucky. They were completely unable to resist and were blasted into dregs. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing was strong enough to withstand the destructive aftershocks of the battle and come out unscathed. Burial of Heaven was facing the attacks of the two great demon commanders alone. It was already defending more than attacking, and its strength was getting weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing hurriedly flew towards the battlefield, silently approaching the two great demon commanders. He wanted to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and help Burial of Heaven out of its predicament. Previously, he had used the Sword of Judgment. Although it had hit Zhuo Shuai, it had not been able to injure him. This made him understand that Zhuo Shuai was too strong, and definitely not someone he could deal with. Even if he used a sneak attack, it would be very difficult to injure Zhuo Shuai. Therefore, his goal was to slaughter people. White Heart Demon Suppression Art. Demon Slaying Sword. He channeled the White Heart Demon Suppression Art with all his might, accumulating the majestic true essence in his body. His entire body lit up with a dazzling golden light, condensing into a sacred golden sword that was 10 meters long. He suddenly let out a low roar, activating the dazzling sacred giant sword and charging towards Tu Ren. Tu Ren was attacking Burial of Heaven with all his strength. Even if he sensed that someone was ambushing him from behind and realized that something was wrong, it was too late to dodge. At the critical moment, he actually used an ultimate secret technique. His entire body surged with soaring blood flames, condensing into an oval-shaped shield. Blood Flame Shield. Just as the blood flame shield was successfully condensed, the demon-slaying sword, carrying a sacred and overwhelming power, fiercely struck it. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the blood flame shield was blasted apart, bursting into bloody fragments that filled the sky. Tu Ren was blown away on the spot. While he was still in midair, he had already opened his mouth and spat out blood. A huge bloody hole appeared on his chest, and the black bones inside could be clearly seen. Unfortunately, the sword was slightly crooked and did not hit his heart. It only severely injured him. Of course, for a spirit-refining realm expert like Tu Ren, even if his heart was shattered, he would not die on the spot. Ji Tianxing was secretly delighted that he had severely injured Tu Ren in one move, but he did not follow up with another attack. He immediately waved his palms, forming a mysterious seal, and used the demon sealing palm, fiercely slamming it towards Zhuo Shuai. Demon Sealing Palm. Boundless vital essence gushed out from his palms, condensing into a giant golden palm that was dozens of meters wide and as large as a house. The demon sealing palm, carrying a dazzling golden light and sacred power, descended from the sky and slammed towards Zhuo Shuai. Ji Tianxing did not expect this palm to injure Zhuo Shuai. He only hoped that it could force him to retreat and relieve the pressure on Burial of Heaven. Zhuo Shuai was attacking Burial of Heaven with all his might. When he sensed the sacred giant palm coming towards him, his expression turned solemn, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Ben Shuai? You're courting death." Zhuo Shuai roared with murderous intent. He immediately waved his left palm, sending out a giant bloody palm to meet the demon's sealing palm head-on. It was only then that Ji Tianxing realized that Zhuo Shuai's severed left hand had reformed. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with the left hand, as if it had never been severed. This scene shocked Ji Tianxing, and gave him a deeper understanding of Zhuo Shuai's strength. Bang! The demon's sealing palm and the bloody palm collided fiercely, exploding with a loud bang that shook the sky and spread for hundreds of miles. In that instant, the two giant palms collapsed at the same time, bursting into brilliant fragments that blotted out the sky. Ji Tianxing's demon sealing palm was easily neutralized by Zhuo Shuai. He was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. My pure heart demon suppression art is a spell that specifically restrains the demon race. He actually neutralized it so easily? How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? At this moment, Burial of Heaven finally seized the opportunity. Its illusory figure flashed, and it teleported 1,000 meters away, appearing behind Xuexuai. Swoosh! It waved its left arm, and a dazzling cold light slashed towards Xuexuai's back. It was a sword light. Chapter 8:19. It was a sword light that was not earth-shattering, but it was so cold and sharp that it could steal one's soul. The sword light was too fast, and no one could block it. Even Xuexuai was no exception. Bang! The sword light bloomed, and with a muffled explosion, Xuexuai was sent flying, letting out a painful scream. Ah! That sudden scream was filled with shock and anger. A half-meter-long sword wound appeared on Xuexuai's back. The wound was so deep that it reached his bone marrow, and even broke a few demon bones. Dark purple demon blood gushed out like spring water, soaking his dark purple robe. The powerful impact sent Xuexuai flying 10 miles away, crashing into the ruins of Mount Serenity. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing was secretly delighted and excited. This was the second time he saw Burial of Heaven make a move and use that mysterious sword light. The first sword cut off Xuexuai's wrist and took back the crystal ball. The second sword strike had heavily injured Xuexuai and sent him flying. Ji Tianxing thought, what kind of sword technique is Burial of Heaven? When will I be able to cultivate it? However, Burial of Heaven did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him. Its black robe became even more hazy and blurry, and its aura weakened a lot. Obviously, that sword just now had used up a lot of its energy. Swoosh! Its figure flashed, and it teleported back to Ji Tianxing's side, disappearing into thin air. Obviously, it had returned to the Kenshin tomb. At the same time, its voice sounded in Ji Tianxing's mind. Take this opportunity to escape. Ji Tianxing could hear that Burial of Heaven's cold and dignified voice contained a trace of urgency. He did not have time to think, and immediately turned to flee, flying into the distant sky. Swoosh! He flapped the wings condensed from Kenshin's battle robe and turned into a golden stream of light, streaking across the sky as fast as lightning. But he had only escaped 20 miles away when Tu Ren and the demon general came out of the ruins, roaring angrily as they pursued him. Ji Tianxing, don't even think about escaping. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. The two demon generals burned with bloody flames and turned into two blood-colored streams of light, streaking across the sky at an extremely fast speed, chasing Ji Tianxing to the north. With every breath that passed, the distance between them and Ji Tianxing narrowed. Even though the two demon commanders were heavily injured, in their fury, they ignored the consequences and used a secret technique. In order to capture Ji Tianxing and complete the mission given by the ancient Fiend Emperor, they did not hesitate to exhaust their powers and used the Fiend clan's secret technique to raise their flying speed to the maximum. Ji Tianxing ran for his life for a while. When he saw the two demon marshals getting closer and closer, he immediately became anxious. Looks like I can only sword kinesis sword. He gritted his teeth and activated the sword embryo with all his might, transforming it into a 3-meter-long golden sword. Then, he controlled the golden sword to fly, and his speed instantly increased by 3 times. Swoosh! The golden sword streaked across the sky, leaving a long golden flame trail behind. In the blink of an eye, Tu Ren and Xuexuai were left far behind. Although they had the strength of the soul refinement realm, they had not mastered the ability to teleport. Naturally, they could not catch up to Ji Tianxing. No matter how angry and indignant they were, they had no choice but to give up after chasing for 15 minutes. They had no choice. Ji Tianxing had already left on his sword kinesis sword and disappeared into the horizon. They could not even see Ji Tianxing's shadow, so how could they chase after him? Damn bastard. The next time we meet, Ben Shuai will not give you the chance to escape. Ji Tianxing. Ben Shuai will remember this grudge. One day, Ben Shuai will tear you into pieces. Two Ren and Zhua Shuai stopped in the sky and looked in the direction Ji Tianxing had escaped, roaring in anger. Ji Tianxing controlled the golden sword and flew for 400 to 500 miles before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Using the sword kinesis sword to fly consumed too much energy. The golden light of the sword embryo had become much dimmer. He quickly put the golden sword back into his body and called out Qian Yu to carry him back to Central State City. He sat cross-legged on Qian Yu's back and gradually relaxed his mind. The previous battle and escape had consumed 60% of his true essence. Now, his body was exhausted and weak. He urgently needed to replenish his true essence. He took out 2 spirit pills from his space ring and swallowed them. He silently adjusted his breathing for a moment. Then he quickly entered the space of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to check on his father, Ji Changkong's injuries. Ji Changkong lay quietly in the dark space, still unconscious. The blood on his robe had long dried up, but blood was still flowing out of his countless wounds. Such heavy injuries made Ji Tianxing's heart ache. He hated the 2 demon marshals to the extreme. Damned demon race. One day, I will exterminate all of you and let you die without a burial place. He angrily cursed in his heart. After calming down, he quickly used the Wood Emperor Umbrella's consummate skill. It released a soft and dense green light that enveloped Ji Changkong's body and healed his wounds. However, a strange scene occurred. The Wood Emperor Umbrella, which had excellent healing effects, actually had very little effect. The wounds on Ji Changkong's body were difficult to heal. Black and dirty blood was still flowing out of his wounds. Ji Tianxing carefully examined his wounds and discovered that the flesh and blood on his body were blackish-purple. Wisps of black qi were also constantly emitting. It's over. Father has been corroded by demonic qi? Ji Tianxing was shocked. His expression became even more unsightly. He quickly released his spiritual sense and carefully examined Ji Changkong's injuries. After a quarter of an hour, he thoroughly examined Ji Changkong's body. He immediately frowned and his eyes flashed with intense anger. Ji Changkong's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. Not only was Ji Changkong's physical body severely injured, but his blood and bone marrow had also been corroded by demonic qi. Even his soul had been corroded. His soul force was extremely weak and could die at any time. Most importantly, Ji Tianxing also detected the aura of demonic goo in Ji Changkong's body. His expression changed drastically. His heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body was ice cold. This was because when he thought of the demonic goo, he naturally recalled Divine Master Blackfeather's words. Anyone who is implanted with the demonic goo will have their flesh, blood, and soul devoured by the demonic goo. At most, they will die within a month. Even if the demonic goo is forcefully removed from their body, they will die within 3 days. When he thought of this, Ji Tianxing's heart convulsed painfully. He was almost blinded by anger. But, Demon Emperor, I, Ji Tianxing, am irreconcilable with you. In this life, I, Ji Tianxing, will do everything in my power. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill you. I will destroy all the demons in the world. Originally, when Ji Changkong received the marriage certificate from Ji Tianxing, he was filled with joy and gratification. He excitedly rushed to Zhongzhou to discuss the wedding date with Cloud's Soul Palace. However, something like this had happened on the way. Now, Ji Changkong was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He was even infected with the demonic goo. His death was certain. Even a soul-tempering expert could not cure it. His father had worked hard for so many years and was about to enjoy the rest of his life. However, he had met with this unexpected disaster and was about to lose his life. How could Ji Tianxing not be furious? Chapter 8:20. Ji Tianxing tried his best to think of a way to save his father, Ji Changkong. After his anger, he calmed down. Therefore, he took out all the elixirs he could and borrowed the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to keep his father alive. Then he left the space of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, put Qian Yu back into the 100 treasures brocade pouch, and flew on his sword again. In order to save his father as soon as possible, He did not care that flying on his sword would consume a lot of energy. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was, no matter what, he had to save his father. He did not rush back to Zhongzhou City, but changed direction and rushed to Cloud's Soul Palace. With his ability, he could not save his father. The only person who could save his father was his master, Miracle Dr. Bailey. In order to fight for that glimmer of hope, Ji Tianxing did not care about his exhaustion and the rapid loss of energy, and rushed to Cloud's Soul Palace. Fortunately, there were no more twists and turns on the way. After 20 hours, Ji Tianxing flew on his sword and arrived at Cloud's Soul Palace. It was early in the morning, and Cloud's Soul Palace was shrouded in a sea of clouds. It was silent, and the lights were shining. When Ji Tianxing descended from the sky and landed on the square outside Cloud's Soul Palace, his face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. His legs went soft, and his vision turned black. He almost fell to the ground. There was no other way. In order to get to Cloud's Soul Palace as quickly as possible, he had almost used up all his energy. Now, he was so tired that he almost vomited blood. He just wanted to lie on the ground and sleep. But he could not rest yet. He staggered and ran, gritting his teeth as he rushed through the square and toward Cloud's Soul Palace's gate. The guards on both sides of the green jade steps were shocked when they saw him in such a sorry state. They almost didn't recognize him. Fortunately, a guard captain hurriedly came up to him and respectfully extended his hand to support him. Ji Tianxing did not waste time. He shouted in a hoarse and dry voice, "Bring me to see Miracle Dr. Bailey." The guard captain was very quick-witted. He quickly ordered a few guards to report to Miracle Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi. He personally brought Ji Tianxing into Cloud's Spirit Palace and waited in the meeting hall. Ji Tianxing sat limply in the hall, gasping for breath. He quickly took out a spirit pill and swallowed it, restoring his true essence. In a short span of 100 breaths, Yun Zhongqi and Divine Dr. Bailey rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing Ji Tianxing's disheveled hair and blood-stained white robe, the two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They were filled with worry and concern. "Tianxing, what's wrong with you? Tianxing, what's going on? Why are you in such a sorry state?" Ji Tianxing didn't have time to recover his true qi and quickly explained the cause and process of the matter to the two in a concise manner. "What? Your father was kidnapped by 2 demon marshals on his way to the central continent? Your father is seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was even implanted with a demonic goo." Yun Zhongqi and Divine Dr. Bailey's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with anger and worry. The two of them didn't waste any more time. They quickly brought Ji Tianxing into a luxurious cultivation room. The cultivation room was spacious and filled with heaven and earth spirit qi. It even condensed into a pool of spirit qi. Ji Tianxing took his father out of the seal of mountains and rivers and placed him on the frost jade bed. Divine Dr. Bailey quickly used a secret medical technique to carefully examine Ji Changkong's injuries. Ji Tianxing and Yun Zhongqi stood to the side, looking at Ji Changkong with concern. They were waiting for Divine Dr. Bailey's results. After 100 breaths, Divine Dr. Bailey finished casting the technique and withdrew his hands. He sighed with a grave expression. Just as Tianxing said, his father's injuries are too serious. His life is hanging by a thread. Moreover, his father was implanted with a demonic goo. His flesh and soul have been corroded. His soul is like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Yun Zhongqi frowned. He stared at the unconscious Ji Changkong, who was covered in blood. He sighed in his heart. I didn't expect my first meeting with my in-law to be like this. I wonder how much pain Tianxing must be feeling right now. Looking at his exhausted and battered appearance, he must have risked his life to come here and ask for help. Damn demons! Ji Tianxing looked at Divine Dr. Bailey with burning eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Master, can you save my father?" Divine Dr. Bailey nodded. However, he immediately shook his head and said in a grave tone, "Tianxing, although your father's injuries are very serious and he has been corroded by the demonic qi, his life is hanging by a thread. However, I can treat all of these injuries, so I can definitely heal his physical injuries and make a full recovery. However, the real problem is the demonic goo. Your father's soul is almost shattered. Even I don't have much confidence. Ji Tianxing knew that anger and despair were useless. Now he had completely calmed down. He nodded and bowed to Divine Dr. Bailey. He said in a serious tone, "No matter what, I ask for your help, Master. We can talk about the demonic goo and soul injuries later. You should first treat my father's physical injuries and get rid of the demonic qi." "All right, leave it to me." Divine Dr. Bailey nodded in agreement. He reminded Ji Tianxing, "I can see that your strength is almost exhausted and your vitality is greatly damaged. Quickly go to the spiritual pool and meditate to recover. If this drags on for too long, it will affect your martial arts foundation." Ji Tianxing believed in Divine Dr. Bailey's medical skills. He did not say anything else. He turned around and entered the spiritual pool. He meditated and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Divine Dr. Bailey also began to use his medical skills to remove the demonic qi for Ji Changkong. Time passed silently. The secret room was quiet. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. Yun Zhongqi did not leave. He stood at the side and waited silently. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. It was already the morning of the second day. The sky outside was slightly bright. Divine Dr. Bailey finally removed the demonic qi from Ji Changkong's body and began to treat his physical injuries. Ji Tianxing was still meditating in the spiritual pool. His strength was also quickly recovering. Finally, another 6 hours passed, and it was noon. Divine Dr. Bailey used a few medical skills and consumed a few supreme-grade spirit pills. Finally, he healed more than half of Ji Changkong's physical injuries. The hideous wounds on Ji Changkong's body healed, leaving behind many centipede-like scars. These injuries still needed half a month of recuperation before they could be completely healed. What was left was the demonic goo in his body and the injuries of his soul on the verge of shattering. This was the most difficult to treat. Even Divine Dr. Bailey found it troublesome. Divine Dr. Bailey woke up Ji Tianxing, who was still meditating in the spiritual pool. He wanted to discuss something with him. "Tianxing, the demonic goo in your father's body must be removed as soon as possible. The demonic goo is rapidly devouring his flesh and soul. Not only will it worsen the injuries of his soul, it will also completely devour his soul and destroy it forever. If his soul is destroyed, there is still a trace of hope to save him. If his soul is completely destroyed, even the gods will not be able to save him." Chapter 821. Divine Dr. Bailey's tone was very solemn. Ji Tianxing also understood that the demonic goo in his father's body must be removed. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "But once the demonic goo is removed, my father will die within 3 days. He stared at Divine Dr. Bailey with eyes full of anxiety. Divine Dr. Bailey shook his head and comforted him with a firm tone. "Don't be afraid. I'll do my best to maintain his soul energy and won't let him die so quickly. Of course, I'm only explaining the situation to you. In the end, you still have to make the final decision." Ji Tianxing was silent. He was hesitating, weighing the pros and cons. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind as his heart suffered great torment. At this moment, the unconscious Ji Changkong suddenly let out a muffled groan. It was probably because his physical injuries had mostly healed and the demonic qi that invaded his body had been dispelled. He actually slowly woke up. Ji Tianxing was immediately delighted. He quickly turned to look at Ji Changkong and bent over to check the situation. Ji Changkong slowly opened his eyes and stared fixedly at him. Ji Tianxing anxiously asked, "Father, you're finally awake?" However, Ji Changkong stared at him with wide eyes and did not say anything. Suddenly, Ji Changkong stretched out his hands at lightning speed and frantically grabbed at him. He even let out a wild beast-like howl. Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment and almost had his neck strangled by Ji Changkong. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time and quickly took 3 steps back. At this moment, he discovered that Ji Changkong's eyes were actually blood red. His pupils seemed to be burning with blood-red flames as if he had gone mad. Ji Changkong's skin was as red as fire as he howled like a mad demon. He actually jumped up from the ice jade bed and pounced at Ji Tianxing while waving his arms. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing was sorrowful and his eyes turned red. Of course, he could see that his father had lost his mind because of the demonic goo. He was like those descendants of wealthy families who had been infected by the demonic goo and had turned into a mad demon who willfully slaughtered the innocent. His father had always been a kind and gentle person. He had devoted his entire life to nurturing him and protecting him at all costs. A father's love was like a mountain, and his kindness was as great as the sky. But now, his father's intelligence had been devoured by the demonic goo, and he had actually become like this. They were all damned demonic goo. Ji Tianxing was filled with grief and indignation, but he had no choice but to restrain his father. He raised his right hand and slapped his father's back. Shwa! A black vortex appeared on his right palm. It was the mysterious black hole. The black hole released a powerful suction force that invaded Ji Changkong's body. In the blink of an eye, the demonic goo was sucked out. When Ji Tianxing withdrew his right hand, there was a ball of golden light in his palm. It wrapped around a strange dark purple insect. It was the demonic goo. Since Ji Changkong had yet to start a massacre, the demonic goo insect had yet to devour too much flesh and soul. Therefore, it was still dark purple and had yet to turn purplish-black. When the demonic goo was forcefully extracted, Ji Changkong's body suddenly stiffened. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell straight onto the ice jade bed. He fainted again and lay motionless on the ice bed. His life force had become extremely weak. Ji Tianxing handed the demonic goo to Yun Zhongqi and said in a serious tone, "Uncle, only by burning the demonic goo to ashes with the extreme yang primordial fire can it be completely destroyed." Yun Zhongqi nodded. He channeled a wisp of extreme yang primordial fire and started burning the demonic goo. The demonic goo struggled desperately in the golden extreme yang primordial fire. It screeched in pain, but it was quickly burned to ashes. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Bailey hurriedly took out 2 soul-grade elixirs. He channeled his energy to catalyze the elixirs and turned them into an endless stream of spiritual light that was injected into Ji Changkong's body. When Ji Changkong's breathing had stabilized, Miracle Dr. Bailey used a secret technique to carefully examine Ji Changkong's injuries. After 15 minutes, Miracle Dr. Bailey finished his spell. He looked at Ji Tianxing with a serious expression. "Tianxing, the demonic goo has been removed. However, the injuries to your father's soul are too severe. I'm afraid he will pass away in a few days. Even if I do my best and use soul-grade elixirs and medical skills to treat him, I can only delay his death for another 5 to 6 days." Although Ji Tianxing already knew that this would be the result, he was still filled with grief when he heard that his father only had 5 to 6 days left to live. He looked at Miracle Dr. Bailey with eyes full of hope. He asked in a low voice, "Master, you're a world-renowned miracle doctor. You must have a way to save my father, right?" Miracle Dr. Bailey shook his head. His expression was solemn and his tone was filled with helplessness. His soul has already been shattered. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls have been separated. Moreover, he was severely injured by the demonic goo. I'm not a god. No matter how good my medical skills are, it's impossible for me to reconstruct his soul and change his fate. Miracle Dr. Bailey could feel Ji Tianxing's grief. He also wanted to save Ji Changkong. However, he was still a human and not a god. He was still helpless when it came to Ji Changkong's injuries. Seeing Ji Tianxing's grief, Miracle Dr. Bailey could not bear it. He said to him, "Tianxing, I can only do my best to extend your father's life and let him live for a few more days. During this period of time, I still need to look through ancient books and documents to see if I can find a way to reconstruct his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls and resolve the demonic goo. Leave your father to us for the time being. You should quickly recuperate and recover your strength. The more difficult it is, the stronger you must be. You must not fall." Yun Zhongqi also hurriedly comforted Ji Tianxing. He and Miracle Dr. Bailey were both spirit refinement realm experts. With them looking after Ji Tianxing could rest assured. Thus, he returned to the spiritual liquid pool and continued to meditate to recover his strength as soon as possible. Time quietly passed. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. Ji Tianxing's strength had completely recovered. He had returned to his peak state. He did not leave the secret room. He had been guarding beside the iced jade bed. His heart was filled with worry and anxiety. Ji Changkong was still unconscious. His aura was as weak as ever. Miracle Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi had to take turns using secret techniques every day to extend Ji Changkong's life and prevent his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls from dissipating. Not only that, Cloud Soul Palace had to take out a few soul-level pills every day to help Ji Changkong stabilize his soul. Soul-level pills could only be refined by spirit refinement realm experts. Furthermore, refining pills required the consumption of spirit energy. It would take months to years. Thus, every soul-level pill was incomparably precious. They were truly priceless treasures that could not be bought with money. Only a top force like Cloud Soul Palace could take out 5 to 6 soul-level pills every day to maintain Ji Changkong's life. However, Cloud Soul Palace did not have many soul-level pills in storage. At most, they could last for another 7 to 8 days before they ran out of pills. That night, Yun Yao rushed back to Cloud Soul Palace from the Monarch Palace. She had already received news that Ji Changkong was severely injured and was about to die. Thus, she rushed back to Cloud Soul Palace to visit him. After returning to Cloud Soul Palace, she went straight to the secret room to find Ji Tianxing. She asked him about Ji Changkong's situation with concern. Chapter 8:22. In the dark secret room, there were only 3 people present. The unconscious Ji Changkong, the worried Ji Tianxing, and Yun Yao. Yun Yao had already visited Ji Changkong. She was also very sympathetic and worried about Ji Changkong's situation. However, since her grandfather and father were helpless, she naturally could not do anything. She could only silently pray for Ji Changkong. The atmosphere in the secret room was as gloomy as usual. After the two were silent for a while, Yun Yao said to Ji Tianxing, "Tianxing, the situation in the 100 cities in Zhongzhou has become more and more chaotic recently. The demonic goo is causing chaos, causing the people to be in a state of panic. The imperial court of the human race and the demon race, as well as the lords of the 100 cities, are doing their best to search for the demonic goo. However, they are unable to control the situation. The 100 cities are in chaos. Countless people die every day. Some die because of the demonic goo, some die because of the demonic goo. The monarch mansion has no choice but to take action." The day before yesterday, Divine Teacher He Yu gathered all the princes to discuss countermeasures. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "What's the result of the discussion? How is the monarch mansion going to deal with this?" Yun Yao said in a serious tone, "The princes of the human race and the demon race are naturally filled with righteous indignation. They can't wait to gather all the experts in the world to kill all the demonic goo that invaded Zhongzhou. However, the princes of the water race reacted calmly. It has nothing to do with them. In the end, Divine Teacher He Yu ordered all the princes to carry out missions to search for the demonic goo in the main cities of Zhongzhou. Every prince is in charge of a city. I was sent to Yuejian City while the Son of Heaven went to Gale City. In addition, a few divine teachers from the Monarch Mansion will also lead a large number of guards to patrol the various cities in Zhongzhou. I came back to see you today. Tomorrow, I will rush to Yuejian City to carry out the mission." Ji Tianxing nodded. "That's good too. I hope the Monarch Mansion's intervention can stabilize the situation in Zhongzhou. However, I still have to protect my father. I can't carry out the mission of the Monarch Mansion." Yun Yao quickly nodded and comforted him. "Tianxing, don't worry. When I found out about this, I explained the situation to God Teacher He Yu. Divine Teacher He Yu understands your difficulties and didn't say much. He won't blame you either." Ji Tianxing responded and chatted with Yun Yao for a while before sending her out of the secret room. Early the next morning, Yun Yao left Cloud Soul Palace and hurried to Yuejian City. Ji Tianxing was still guarding the secret room, keeping an eye on Ji Changkong's situation. He could only look at his unconscious father and feel that his father's aura was getting weaker and weaker, but there was nothing he could do. On this evening, Divine Dr. Bailey walked into the secret chamber with a complicated expression. Ji Tianxing quickly turned to look at him and asked expectantly, "Master, have you found a way?" He had asked this question several times in the past 2 days. Although the answer he got every time was disappointing, he still didn't want to give up. Divine Dr. Bailey nodded and said with a complicated tone, "Tianxing, I do have a way, but it's a little what?" Ji Tianxing was delighted and quickly asked, "Master, please tell me. No matter how difficult it is, it's fine as long as there's hope." Divine Dr. Bailey hesitated for a moment before saying with a solemn expression, "I've looked through many ancient books and documents and finally found a way to save your father. In the myths and legends of the ancient times, there was once a great war between the gods. In that earth-shattering battle between gods, the gods unleashed a destructive power that caused the galaxies to collapse, countless stars to fall, and even the sky was broken. After the war ended, the surviving gods had no choice but to forge a divine weapon called the Heaven-Mending Pearl to mend the broken sky." Ji Tianxing was stunned when he heard Divine Dr. Bailey's story. He frowned and said, "The galaxy collapsed? Even the sky was broken? This kind of miraculous and illusory legend is basically made up by our predecessors. How can we believe it? Moreover, what does this legend have to do with saving my father?" Divine Dr. Bailey nodded slightly and said with a solemn tone, "I also feel that this legend is too unrealistic and can't be believed, so I'm a little hesitant. However, there are some clues that I have found. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. The legendary divine weapon, the Heaven-Mending Pearl, has an unimaginable and extraordinary effect. It can connect the 9 heavens and the netherworld, go against the heavens, change fate, and reform the soul. The Heaven-Mending Pearl can even mend the sky, let alone reconstruct your father's soul." Ji Tianxing nodded and restrained the doubts in his heart. He said, "Master, please continue." Divine Dr. Bailey continued, "If it's just a legend, I naturally won't believe it and won't come to you. However, I've found some clues. According to the ancient legend, after the gods mended the sky, the mysterious Heaven-Mending Pearl, which gathered the power of the gods, was lost in the buried star sea of the central continent. The buried star sea was not a sea, but an extremely dangerous forbidden land of death. It was hidden in the deepest part of the Azure Cloud mountain range. For thousands of years, countless martial experts had entered the buried star sea to search for the legendary divine weapon, the Heaven-Mending Pearl. However, the buried star sea was too dangerous. Even a soul-refining realm expert would have a slim chance of survival if they entered. For nearly 1,000 years, many experts had entered the buried star sea, but 99% of them never returned and died in the buried star sea. Of the few experts who came back alive, none of them could find the Heaven-Mending Pearl. Did the Heaven-Mending Pearl really exist? Was it lost in the buried star sea? These were all mysteries. No one could verify whether the legend was true or not. However, one thing was certain. The buried star sea was indeed a forbidden land of death. The environment was dangerous and every step was dangerous. There were also many powerful mutated beasts from ancient times. In the past 200 to 300 years, no one dared to explore the buried star sea, so the legend was gradually forgotten. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing's expression turned serious, and he frowned. He knew that mutated beasts were powerful creatures that were between spirit beasts and divine beasts. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and they were extremely powerful. Many mutated beasts had never been seen by the world, and they were species that were not recorded in history books. Taking the risk to enter the buried star sea to search for the legendary Heaven-Mending Pearl for an illusory legend was definitely an unwise move. However, Ji Tianxing watched as his father's life gradually slipped away, and he walked towards death step by step. His heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. He was silent for a long time. After careful consideration, he finally made up his mind. "Master, thank you for telling me this clue. Although I know that the legend is very illusory, and the hope of finding the heaven-mending pearl is very slim. However, I have no choice. Even if I go to heaven or hell, I won't give up. I can't watch my father die without doing anything. Chapter 8:23. To Ji Tianxing, his father was the closest and most important person to him in this world. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, even if he had to risk his life, he would not give up. No matter what, he did not want to watch his father die without being able to do anything. He had already made up his mind to ask Divine Dr. Bailey about the Star Burial Sea. Divine Dr. Bailey looked at him and asked in a serious tone, "The Buried Star Sea is the most dangerous forbidden land of death in the central continent. The heaven-mending pearl being lost in the Buried Star Sea is only a legend. Tianxing, do you really want to go to the Buried Star Sea? You have to think it through." Ji Tianxing nodded and asked in a helpless tone, "Other than this, what else can I do?" Dr. Bailey was silent and did not know what to say. Indeed, this was the only way in hope. He could understand Ji Tianxing's feelings and did not try to dissuade him. Instead, he explained to Ji Tianxing, "The Buried Star Sea is an area in the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round. It is said that it is a forest that has existed since the ancient times. It is shrouded in an invisible, mysterious force and isolated from the rest of the world. There are many demonic beasts and ancient beasts living there. Not only do they have special bloodlines, but they also have all kinds of incredible abilities. Even a bird or a beetle in the Buried Star Sea could be poisonous enough to kill a Sky Prime expert. Even a single stalk of grass or a single leaf in the forest could kill a person. In short, there are all kinds of strange dangers there that are impossible to guard against. If you enter the Buried Star Sea, you have to be very careful." Dr. Bailey used half an hour to tell Ji Tianxing all the information he knew in detail. He also warned Ji Tianxing seriously and with great concern that he had to be careful and not be careless. Apart from that, he also thought of something else, and his expression instantly became solemn and serious. "Oh right, Tianxing, I thought of something very important. 300 years ago, the palace master of the Monarch Mansion issued a ban that forbade anyone from the Monarch Mansion from exploring the Buried Star Sea." Ji Tianxing had just remembered Divine Dr. Bailey's instructions and was thinking about what preparations he should make. Suddenly hearing this news, his face changed. Frowning in confusion, he asked, "The palace lord of the Monarch Manor? Didn't the prefecture master disappear for 200 years? Why did the palace lord forbid the people of the Monarch Mansion from exploring the Buried Star Sea? Neither the divine masters nor the imperial princes of the imperial palace were allowed to venture into the Sea of Buried Stars. Did the Star Burial Sea have something to do with the Monarch Mansion? Or is the Mansion Master related to the Star Burial Sea?" Facing Ji Tianxing's series of questions, Divine Dr. Bailey could only respond with a regretful expression. He shook his head and said, "Master also doesn't know what's going on. It's just that I suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a ban back then. In the past 300 years, almost no one had explored the Buried Star Sea, so the disturbance brought about by this ban had faded away. Moreover, the palace lord of the Monarch Mansion is the strongest person known in the Tianxian continent, and also the most mysterious person. Other than a few divine masters, no one knows whether the palace lord is a man or a woman, or what he looks like. I'm afraid only the palace lord himself knows why he issued such a ban." Ji Tianxing frowned and said in a serious tone, "So what if there is such a ban? I will definitely go to the Buried Star Sea, even if it means going against the Monarch Mansion's ban." After all, he was now in Cloud's Spirit Palace and not in the Monarch Mansion. If he secretly went to the Buried Star Sea, the Monarch Mansion might not know. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing began to prepare for his trip to the Buried Star Sea. Divine Dr. Bailey also found Yun Zhongqi and explained the matter to him, telling him about Ji Tianxing's decision. Yun Zhongqi had also heard of the legend of the Buried Star Sea and knew how terrifying that place was. He did not object to Ji Tianxing's decision, but his heart was filled with worry. That night, The three of them discussed this matter in Yun Zhongqi's study. The study room was brightly lit, clearly illuminating the faces of the three people. The three of them looked very serious, and their brows were filled with worry. Yun Zhongqi looked at Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze and said in a serious tone, "Tianxing, Divine Dr. Bailey has already told you about how terrifying the buried star sea is. I know that you have made up your mind, so I won't dissuade you anymore. However, you must be careful and not be careless. If you can't do it, don't put yourself in danger. Try your best to protect yourself. I believe that your father doesn't want you to lose your life to save him." Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood. He said in a serious tone, "I will keep your advice in mind. There is not much time left. I have to set off at dawn tonight and rush to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range as soon as possible. In the few days after I leave, I hope that Uncle and Master will take care of my father." This time, he was going to the buried star sea alone to find the legendary heaven-mending pearl. Divine Dr. Bailey had to stay by Ji Changkong's side at all times. Every day, he had to cast a secret technique and use soul-grade pills to prolong Ji Changkong's life. Not only did Yun Zhongqi have to help Divine Dr. Bailey, but he also had to oversee the situation in Cloud Spirit Palace. After all, the situation in Zhongzhou was chaotic. The mess left behind by the Duanmu clan's destruction had yet to be resolved, and the demonic venomous insects were wreaking havoc in the 100 cities in Zhongzhou. If Yun Zhongqi wasn't overseeing Cloud Spirit Palace, there would be even more chaos. After hearing Ji Tianxing's words, Yun Zhongqi hurriedly nodded and said, "Tianxing, don't worry. We will take good care of your father. I can't accompany you to the buried star sea, so I can only prepare some pills and talismans for you. I hope they can help you." After saying that, Yun Zhongqi took out a black interspatial ring and handed it to Ji Tianxing. There were more than 30 jade bottles in the interspatial ring. They contained all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines. There were pills for external injuries, internal injuries, recovery, meditation, detoxification, and so on. Other than that, there were also a few Dharma artifacts and more than a dozen talismans with different effects. Yun Zhongqi was very thoughtful. These things were exactly what Ji Tianxing needed to explore the buried star sea. He didn't bother to be courteous with Yun Zhongqi. He thanked him and accepted the interspatial ring. At that moment, a bright light flashed in the dark night sky outside the window. The three of them were about to talk when they were suddenly awakened by the bright light. They all turned their heads to look outside the window. They saw a dark golden thunderbolt in the distant horizon. It descended from the sky and cut through the dark night sky. The golden thunderbolt was extremely tall and long. It emitted a sacred golden light. It was like the might of a god, illuminating the boundless night sky. Golden thunderbolt descending from the sky? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. He vaguely felt that the golden thunderbolt was a sign of something. Miracle Dr. Bailey frowned and thought for a moment. He said in a serious tone, "This is a phenomenon that will only appear when someone advances to the spirit-refining realm." Yun Zhongqi looked at the night sky outside the window. When the golden thunderbolt disappeared and the night sky returned to darkness, he said in a complicated tone, "Look at where the golden thunderbolt is pointing. It seems to be in the direction of the imperial court." Chapter 824. Ji Tianxing knew that when someone advanced to the soul-tempering realm, there would be a heaven and earth phenomenon. This was also one of the reasons why soul-tempering realm cultivators were different from mortals. When different cultivators advanced to the soul-tempering realm, the heaven and earth phenomenon would be different. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by most people was golden lightning breaking through the sky. Only a few extremely talented soul-tempering realm cultivators would cause special heaven and earth phenomena, such as red clouds filling the sky, night as bright as day, meteors falling, and so on. Since Yun Zhongqi determined that the golden lightning was pointing in the direction of the imperial court, it undoubtedly meant that the imperial court had a new soul-tempering realm cultivator. This was a joyous event worthy of celebration. It was also news that would definitely shake the entire central continent. However, Ji Tianxing's mind was only filled with his father's pale and weak face, as well as the news about the buried star sea. He did not care about the fact that the imperial court had a new soul-tempering realm cultivator. After the night sky returned to darkness, the three of them retracted their gazes and continued their discussion. An hour later, the plan was decided. Divine Dr. Bailey and Yun Zhongqi would stay in Cloud's Spirit Palace to take charge of the situation and look after Ji Changkong. They would cast spells to extend Ji Changkong's life every day. Ji Tianxing did not waste any time. He left Cloud Spirit Palace that night and rushed to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range to find the buried Star Sea. According to Divine Dr. Bailey's estimation, with his and Yun Zhongqi's methods, they could only help Ji Changkong maintain his life for another 5 days at most. In other words, Ji Tianxing had to find the heaven-mending pearl within 5 days to save Ji Changkong. Otherwise, Ji Changkong would definitely die in 5 days. The buried Star Sea was extremely dangerous, and the legend of the heaven-mending pearl was also illusory. Ji Tianxing wanted to find the heaven-mending pearl within 5 days, which was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, even if he knew that the hope was very slim, he had to try his best and not give up. At the same time, in the sky-connecting mountain range. On the sky-connecting peak, the imperial court was brightly lit, surrounded by colorful light and spirit qi. Although it was night, the sky above the imperial court was shrouded in colorful spirit clouds, revealing a sacred and majestic aura. Many cultivators were alarmed and looked up at the sky, revealing expressions of amazement and envy. Even many of the imperial court guards were whispering to each other. They were very excited and proud. Everyone understood that such a phenomenon was definitely the appearance of a new soul refinement expert in the imperial court. Moreover, according to the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth tonight, that newly advanced soul refinement realm expert had a great foundation and extremely high natural talent. His future accomplishments were limitless. Some of the guards and experts looked at the Sky Dragon Palace in the depths of the imperial court through the aura of the heaven and earth phenomenon. According to the guidance of the heaven and earth anomaly, they guessed that the person who caused the heaven and earth anomaly, the new soul tempering expert, should be in the Sky Dragon Palace. The many guards and servants in the Heavenly Dragon Palace rejoiced. Outside a secret room in the depths of the palace stood a tall and sturdy young man with a head full of red hair. He stood respectfully at the door of the secret room. His dark red eyes stared at the door of the secret room. His face was full of excitement. He was Daoba Rui. Great! I didn't expect Godfather to successfully step into the soul refinement realm before the age of 40. Tonight, the imperial court is shaken. When the news spreads tomorrow, the middle state will also be shocked. Daoba Rui murmured excitedly. His emotions were surging like a tide. After a while, when the phenomenon of the heavens and earth above the imperial court gradually dissipated, the door of the secret room slowly opened. With a muffled rumble, the heavy stone door slowly rose. When the stone door of the secret room opened, a surge of vast and mighty spiritual qi surged out of the secret room like a wave. Daoba Rui was overjoyed. He quickly stepped into the secret room and walked to the spiritual liquid pool in the corner of the secret room. He saw that the spiritual liquid in the pool had been completely devoured. A tall and sturdy young man with a handsome and resolute face was sitting cross-legged on the golden spiritual throne in the spiritual liquid pool. This person was bare-chested and wore a golden dragon crown on his head. His body flickered with dense 5-colored spiritual light and exuded a powerful and domineering aura. He slowly stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. When he opened his phoenix eyes, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. It actually tore apart the 5-colored spiritual mist in front of him. Just a gaze was like the power of a sword. This was the strength of a soul refinement realm powerhouse. Daoba Rui walked to the spiritual liquid pool and bowed respectfully. He said excitedly, "Congratulations, Godfather. Congratulations, Godfather. Tonight, Godfather has achieved great success. You have transcended the mortal realm and stepped into the transcendent realm. From now on, you will be famous and awe-inspiring." Daoba Rui's voice was powerful and his tone was vigorous and excited. It was obvious that his blood was boiling. The third prince looked at him majestically and nodded slightly. He looked indifferent and said calmly, "That's right. I have successfully stepped into the soul refinement realm before the age of 40. I can be called the youngest soul refinement realm powerhouse in the continent. In the entire imperial court, all the princes combined are inferior to me. That damn Long Yun Xiao, what qualifications does he have to compete with me? From now on, there will be no place for Long Yun Xiao in the imperial court." The third prince's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. He curled his lips into a sneer and exuded a domineering aura. Tuoba Rui did not dare to look directly into his eyes. He lowered his head in fear and trepidation. After a while, the third prince's aura and domineering aura dissipated. The sneer on his lips also disappeared. He frowned and said in a low and dignified voice, "However, I was too impatient to break through to the soul refinement realm. Originally, I would have needed at least 2 years to achieve a breakthrough. However, the Duanmu clan was destroyed and the central state was in chaos. It was the best time for me to achieve my ambition. Therefore, I used the power of the divine altar to forcefully break through to the soul refinement realm." Hearing this, Tuoba Rui's excitement immediately calmed down. He asked worriedly, "Godfather, won't your martial Dao foundation be damaged and affect your future cultivation?" The third prince nodded slightly and said indifferently, "It will indeed damage my martial Dao foundation. In the future, it will be difficult for me to make any progress in my cultivation. It will be impossible for me to break through to the primordial soul realm. However, I have already thought of a countermeasure. I just need to go to the buried star sea to find a heaven-devouring beast, and use the power of the divine altar to feed it with divine venomous worms. This will solve my problem." The third prince did not explain how to solve his problem. He only mentioned the heaven-devouring beast and divine venomous worms. Tuoba Rui knew that this was his godfather's biggest secret, so he did not dare to ask. He frowned and said worriedly, "Godfather, before you went into seclusion, you asked me to gather information about the buried star sea and the ancient beasts. I have already prepared. The buried star sea is extremely dangerous, and the ancient beasts are extremely powerful. I am worried that you—" Before he could finish speaking, the third prince smiled confidently and waved his hand. "I have already entered the soul refinement realm and have the divine altar. What do I have to fear? Go and prepare immediately. I will leave secretly tomorrow morning and go to the buried star sea alone." Chapter 825. Early in the morning, cold winds blew. Ji Tianxing flapped his golden wings and flew above a lofty mountain range. His speed was as fast as lightning. He had been flying at full speed for several hours now, from dawn until now, without a single moment of rest. This time, he was heading to the buried star sea alone, only bringing the little black dragon and Qianyu with him. As time passed, the sun rose from the east, gradually climbing high into the sky, then slowly slanting to the west until it fell over the horizon. The journey was very dull, and as Ji Tianxing flew, he recalled what had happened. On that day, when he had gone to Mount Tranquil to rescue his father, Burial of Heaven had appeared at the crucial moment to save his father. At the time, the situation had been urgent and he had many questions, so he had not had the time to ask Burial of Heaven. Later on, in the days at Cloud Soul Palace, he had been so preoccupied with his father's injuries that he had no time to discuss this matter with Burial of Heaven. Now that he was on the road, he recalled the events of that day and called out in his mind, "Burial of Heaven, are you still asleep?" A few moments later, Burial of Heaven's voice rang out in his mind, calmly saying, "I have not lost much of my vitality, so there is no need for me to sleep." That's also true." Ji Tianxing grunted in response, then hurriedly asked, "Burial of Heaven, you had been in the Kenshin tomb this entire time and had never appeared, so I thought that you would not be able to show yourself. Was it because I devoured the several hundred years of energy of the ancient green maple tree that allowed you to recover so much of your vitality that you were able to manifest?" Burial of Heaven hesitated for a moment, then vigorously explained, "Yes, but not entirely. The several hundred years of energy of that ancient tree truly did allow me to recover much of my vitality. However, I am only a broken sword soul. My main body can only be sealed in the sword steel or stored in a divine sword. The black-robed figure that I manifested that day was a soul avatar of mine. Using a soul avatar consumes a great deal of energy. In the end, I recovered too little of my strength, so that soul avatar of mine was rather weak. If I could recover 50% of my strength, that soul avatar of mine would have been able to easily kill those two demon commanders. Soul avatar? I see. Ji Tianxing was suddenly enlightened. His tone was full of expectation as he asked, "Then, can you teach me the soul doppelganger's secret technique? Also, can you teach me the two sword techniques that your soul avatar used?" He knew very well that only primordial soul realm supreme being experts could display a true primordial soul avatar. If he could have a clone, then he would be too powerful. He would be able to do many things that ordinary experts couldn't. There were endless uses for it. As for the sword technique used by the Burial of Heaven's clone, it was incomparably marvelous and unparalleled, which made him very tempted. Burial of Heaven paused momentarily before replying in a solemn voice. "You'll have to wait until you reach the soul refinement stage before you can attempt to cultivate my doppelganger's secret technique, but there's no guarantee that you'll succeed. As for my clone's sword art, you can cultivate it after you've mastered the sword heart Dao. That was the sword soul Dao. You'll have to wait until you reach the soul refinement stage before you can cultivate it. So, after mastering the sword heart Dao, I'll have to cultivate the sword soul Dao. But I'll have to wait until I reach the soul refinement stage before I can cultivate it?" Ji Tianxing was instantly filled with depression. Whether it was the soul doppelganger secret technique or the sword soul Dao, he was extremely eager to cultivate and master them. However, the foundation of cultivating these two powerful secret techniques was to reach the soul refinement stage. He remained silent and didn't say anything more. The desire in his heart to improve his strength was becoming more and more urgent. Unknowingly, night fell. Ji Tianxing was still flying high in the sky. He didn't stop midway and didn't even slow down. He had already crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, but he was still very far from the Azure Cloud mountain range. The biting cold wind in the sky blew his white robe and long hair, but it didn't shake his determination and willpower. The long night passed quickly. When the sky brightened again, he finally arrived at the Azure Cloud mountain range. His expression was firm as he calmly looked at the vast mountain range in front of him. He muttered in his heart, "I've finally arrived at the Azure Cloud mountain range. I'll soon reach the buried star sea." The Azure Cloud mountain range was located southwest of Central State City, more than 30,000 miles away. This area was between the human race imperial court and the demon race imperial court. It was a place where people rarely went. Because of the existence of the buried star sea, the Azure Cloud mountain range had become a forbidden area. It was incomparably dangerous and ordinary cultivators didn't dare to enter. As Ji Tianxing flew high in the sky, he saw that the endless towering mountain range was filled with lush ancient forests. Towering trees that were dozens of meters tall could be seen everywhere. He didn't need to enter the forest to know that the Azure Cloud mountain range was filled with endless spiritual flowers and herbs. There were also countless demonic beasts. After all, the sky above the mountain range was filled with rich spiritual energy and the fragrance of spiritual flowers and herbs. There were flocks of demonic beasts and birds flying in the sky, letting out crisp cries. The roars of demonic beasts constantly came from the mountain range. Occasionally, there would be powerful demonic beasts fighting, making earth-shattering sounds. When Ji Tianxing crossed the many towering mountain ranges, there would be some ignorant demonic beasts and birds that rushed over to attack him. These demonic beasts and birds that hadn't come into contact with humans for a long time had low intelligence and were very aggressive. They also treated him as a prey. The results were indisputable. Most of these demonic beasts and birds were high-tier demonic beasts, whose strength was equivalent to the mystic comprehending realm. Ji Tianxing couldn't be bothered with them. He easily broke through the encirclement of the demonic beasts and continued on his way. If he encountered some demonic beasts that were chasing him relentlessly, he would release thousands of sword lights with a wave of his hand, mincing the demonic beasts and birds into pieces. Blood splattered across the sky. Just like that, a day passed quickly. He only reached the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range in the evening when the sun was setting in the west. Thick clouds gradually appeared in the clear sky in front of him, covering the sky and the sun. The mountain range also became much lower. There were no longer towering mountains and steep peaks. There were only winding mountain ranges that were thousands of meters high lying in the vast sea of trees. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing revealed a look of anticipation. He muttered in a low voice, "A boundless sea of trees, thick white clouds that cover the sky and the sun. Looks like this is the buried star sea." He lowered his flying altitude and flew close to the sky above the vast sea of trees toward the buried star sea that was shrouded in clouds and mist. However, just as he was about to reach the buried star sea and was about to enter the vast sea of clouds and mist, a five-colored spiritual light suddenly lit up in the sky behind him. A tall and thin figure was wrapped in that dazzling five-colored spiritual light. It was a middle-aged human dressed in a black robe. The outline of his face was as angular as a rock. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, containing an indifferent and aloof temperament. He sped high in the sky, his speed as fast as the aurora. Every step he took could cover a distance of 5 kilometers. Chapter 8:26. The sudden appearance of the black-robed expert caused Ji Tianxing to stop flying. He stood above the vast forest and frowned as he looked at the black-robed man in front of him. His heart was filled with vigilance. When he looked at the black-robed man was also looking at him. He was expressionless and his eyes were indifferent. "Ji Tianxing, how dare you?" The black-robed man exuded a cold and dignified aura as he shouted angrily. Ji Tianxing was not unfamiliar with this voice. When he saw the black-robed man's face, his expression changed and he frowned. "Divine Master Heiyu? Why are you here?" Without a doubt, the black-robed expert who had appeared out of nowhere was Divine Master Heiyu of the Monarch Residence. Divine Master Heiyu looked at him with a dignified expression and said coldly, "If I did not come to stop you, you would have made a big mistake today." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing immediately understood. Divine Master Heiyu had already known that he was going to explore the buried star sea. However, he could not understand. He had rushed to the buried star sea from Cloud Spirit Palace and had been very secretive. How had he been discovered by Divine Master Heiyu? "Divine Master Heiyu, how did you know about this?" His heart was filled with doubts and he could not help but ask. Divine Master Heiyu frowned and said indifferently, "Ever since you entered the Monarch Residence, your performance has been outstanding and you have made a name for yourself in the central region. Of course, I would pay attention to you. I originally thought that you were a good seedling that could be nurtured and taken care of, so I have been paying attention to you. I did not expect you to be so foolish. The Mansion Master has already given a strict order to forbid anyone from entering the buried star sea. How dare you defy the Mansion Master's order?" Hearing Divine Master Heiyu's words, Ji Tianxing's emotions became complicated. Originally, he had caught the attention of Divine Master Heiyu and could become an elite that was heavily nurtured. This was something to be happy and proud about. However, under such circumstances, he could not feel happy at all. He pondered for a moment and looked at Divine Master Heiyu with a solemn expression. He said solemnly, "Divine Master Heiyu, thank you for your attention and care. However, I believe you already know that my father was injured by 2 demon marshals and was implanted with demonic goo. He is in imminent danger and only has a few days left to live. As a son, how could he look on helplessly as his father was about to die and remain indifferent? Since you've come to stop me today, I'll be frank. Even if I don't become the Imperial Prince of the Monarch Mansion, I'll enter the Star Burial Sea to find a chance to save my father." In any case, he had risked his life to enter the Monarch Mansion just for Yun Yao and to be recognized by the Cloud Spirit Palace. Now, in order to save his father, even if he was expelled from the Imperial residence, He would have no regrets. You! God's sovereign Heiyu was furious. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he expected better from Jian Wushuang. This is ridiculous. The legend of the buried star sea is just an illusory legend. How can you believe it? Moreover, the star burial ocean is extremely dangerous, and even soul refinement realm experts might lose their lives there. Aren't you just giving your life away for nothing if you charge in like this? How noble was Divine Teacher Blackfeather's status? He was definitely not a talkative person. He was willing to say so much to Ji Tianxing because he cherished talents. He couldn't bear to see Ji Tianxing charge into the star burial sea to die, so he tried to dissuade him. How could Ji Tianxing not understand this? He bowed to Divine Teacher Blackfeather and said solemnly, "I thank Divine Teacher Blackfeather for your concern, but I have a reason that I must go. I can't give up even a trace of hope." Divine Teacher Blackfeather frowned as he looked at Jian Wushuang. After a moment of silence, he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Fine. Since you've made up your mind, then go. I only hope that you will be careful in everything you do and not be careless. After saying that, Divine Teacher Blackfeather flicked his sleeves and left. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the horizon. Ji Tianxing looked at his back as he left. After a moment of silence, he turned and flew into the thick white fog. Swoosh! When he passed through the fog, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier, as if he had entered another world. After a moment, he passed through the barrier of the mysterious fog and truly entered the buried star sea. The view in front of him suddenly opened up and presented a different scene. He stood in the sky above the vast forest and saw that the sky above him was covered by thick white fog as if it was a heavenly barrier. The light in this world was dim, and there were strands of five-colored spiritual energy floating in the air. There were low mountain ranges on the ground, covered by the dark green forest and lying between heaven and earth. Above the forest, there was light green spiritual energy. It was the rich greenwood spiritual energy. Ji Tianxing did not need to circulate his spiritual energy. His greenwood spiritual body burst forth with an invisible devouring power, attracting the greenwood spiritual energy from all directions and gathering it into his body. He suddenly felt refreshed. The exhaustion in his body and mind was swept away, and he became full of energy. The greenwood spiritual body kept absorbing the greenwood spiritual energy to replenish the true core power that he had consumed. He had just flown 1,000 meters away and was sizing up the scene in the buried star sea. Suddenly, a huge golden bird flew out from the valley 10 miles in front of him. The bird was so fierce that it seemed to be able to fight the sun and the moon. Its wings were 100 meters wide, which seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. Its body was covered with dark golden feathers, which were shining with golden light and emitting a powerful aura. Ji Tianxing took a closer look and saw that the golden bird was holding a huge demonic beast as big as a palace in its sharp claws. The demonic beast was as white as jade. It was an ancient demonic beast, the celestial jade elephant. However, it was covered with blood and wounds. It was caught by the golden bird. It struggled to no avail, so it could only let out a long and miserable cry. Chirp! The golden bird let out a crisp chirp. It grabbed the celestial jade elephant and flew to the end of the sky. Soon it disappeared. Ji Tianxing stared at the scene with his mouth agape. His heart was filled with shock. The celestial jade elephant was as powerful as a cultivator in Sky Origin stage. However, it was scratched by the golden bird and could not resist at all. Obviously, the golden bird was as powerful as a cultivator in the soul tempering stage. It was also an ancient demonic beast. What kind of demonic beast is that golden bird? It seems like it's even more powerful and mysterious than the heavenly wind flaming bird that guards the herb garden. Ji Tianxing thought. Then, the voice of the burial of heaven sounded in his mind. That is a demonic beast, the golden crow. It has a trace of the golden rock's bloodline. The most powerful member of the tribe can reach the peak of the primordial spirit stage and trigger the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. He's actually so powerful? Ji Tianxing couldn't help but be secretly astonished. As soon as he said that, the voice of the burial of heaven sounded again. I can sense that this place is not good. It is full of the aura of countless demonic beasts in the soul-tempering stage. You must be careful. Also, I have a vague impression that I have been here with Kenshin. Chapter 827. The Burial of Heaven's words startled Ji Tianxing for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Burial of Heaven, you came here with Kenshin back then? Then do you know the legend of the heaven-mending orb? Are you familiar with the terrain of the buried star sea? Do you know where I can find the heaven-mending orb? The Burial of Heaven immediately went silent, as if recalling the events of the past. Ji Tianxing remained silent, waiting expectantly. However, before the Burial of Heaven could answer, he suddenly discovered two pairs of dark red eyes staring straight at him from the forest not far to his left. The two pairs of dark red eyes were as big as water tanks, and they flickered with a frightening, ominous glint. However, their figures were hidden in the dense forest, making it impossible for others to see their true faces, let alone what kind of demon beasts they were. Ji Tianxing discovered that the two pairs of blood-red eyes were spying on him, and he was immediately alarmed. He became highly vigilant and alert. When he saw the two pairs of blood-red eyes, the two pairs of eyes also saw him. Then, the dense and calm sea of trees suddenly began to ripple violently, as if a stormy sea had suddenly been set off by a storm. Whoosh! Countless dense branches and leaves parted in all directions, and an empty area with a radius of several hundred meters appeared in the forest. Two dark brown ferocious exotic beasts as large as palaces appeared from the forest. The two exotic beasts looked very much like crocodiles, but their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales, and two pairs of wings grew from their ribs. They flapped their wide wings, stirring up a shocking gust of wind that blew all the towering trees in a radius of 5 kilometers, causing branches and leaves to fly everywhere. Oh! The two ferocious giant beasts flew at Ji Tianxing as fast as lightning, opening their bloody mouths full of sharp fangs and fiercely pouncing at him. The auras of these two ferocious giant beasts were extremely powerful, and their strength was comparable to a half-step soul refinement realm expert. When Ji Tianxing saw the two giant beasts appear, he already realized that things were not good. A half-soul tempering realm beast was already troublesome enough to deal with, but there were actually two of them at the same time. Moreover, he didn't even know what species the two giant beasts were. He didn't understand those giant beasts at all. Of course, he wouldn't take the risk and engage in a meaningless battle. When the two ferocious beasts pounced on him, he turned and ran without hesitation. Shwa! He flapped his golden wings and turned into a golden streak of light. He shot into the distant sky like a bolt of lightning, heading towards the depths of the buried star sea. The two ferocious beasts also let out ferocious roars and flapped their wings to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the two giant beasts had caught up with Ji Tianxing. They were only 300 meters away from him. This was the best distance for a half-step spirit refinement realm beast to attack. Without hesitation, they opened their mouths and roared with invisible sound waves, which instantly enveloped an area of 20 miles. Buzz! The formless sound waves swept across the sky in an instant, creating layers of ripples in the calm sky. The forest within a radius of 20 miles was destroyed and collapsed without a sound. Countless towering trees and endless flowers and grass were all turned into dark green powder and scattered on the ground. Ji Tianxing was not prepared at all. He didn't expect the two ferocious giant beasts to use such a strange killing move. Caught off guard, he was dizzy on the spot. Stars appeared in his eyes as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and nostrils. His entire head became dizzy and numb. He only felt that the world was spinning and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it! These two damn giant beasts. They look so ferocious, but they actually use such a despicable attack. In his mind, the two giant beasts were ferocious beasts with immense strength and terrifying destructive power. Shouldn't they be able to spit fire and water to destroy the heavens and earth? Fortunately, he had cultivated the ultimate sword body. His physical defense was incomparably strong, so he wasn't seriously injured by the formless sound waves. If he was an ordinary divine prime expert, he would have exploded and turned into minced meat by the formless sound waves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two giant beasts pounced in front of him. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down viciously. Their gigantic bodies brought with them tornadoes and exuded an extremely powerful pressure. Instantly, Ji Tianxing's expression changed. Clearly, the two giant beasts were not only good at sound wave attacks, they were also ferocious in close combat. They were truly powerful and had terrifying destructive power. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing suddenly raised his head and looked at the two giant beasts with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. The two giant beasts had angered him. They were definitely going to die. Burning sky palm. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing raised his left arm that was as red as magma and slapped out a gigantic flaming palm that covered the sky towards the two giant beasts. The distance between them was too close. The two giant beasts were only about 30 meters away from Ji Tianxing. When the burning sky palm struck out, they didn't even have time to react. They were instantly hit by the giant flaming palm and were sent flying. Bang! A deafening sound exploded and shook the heavens. At that moment, the dazzling fire lit up half the sky. The area within a radius of 30 miles was drowned in fire, turning into a sea of fire. The green powder on the ground was instantly burned into black ash by the raging fire. The ground was also scorched. The dense forest around the open space was also set ablaze by the raging fire. As for the two giant beasts, they were sent flying by the burning sky palm. Their gigantic bodies were engulfed by the raging fire. The burning sky palm struck their bloody mouths and actually caused a huge hole to appear in their mouths. White bones were exposed, and fresh blood sprinkled down from the sky. They flew backward for over 10 miles in the sky, then fell down from the sky and smashed into the dense jungle. Ji Tianxing had severely injured the two giant beasts with one move. However, he didn't have the intention to escape. He actually chased after them and used his ultimate killing move to kill the two giant beasts on the spot. Sword of Judgment. The golden sword embryo flew out and turned into a giant golden sword that was 30 meters long. It soared with golden flames and grew a pair of golden wings. The giant sword exploded with a power that could pierce through heaven and earth. It fell from the sky and blasted towards one of the giant beasts. The giant beast was stunned. It didn't expect that Ji Tianxing, their food, would have such terrifying strength. Just as it struggled to fly up, it was hit by the Sword of Judgment. Bang! The indestructible Sword of Judgment pierced through the giant beast's head and killed it on the spot. Its corpse fell into the ruins and blood splattered everywhere. It was still twitching in pain. The other giant beast was terrified when it saw its companion killed. It flew up into the sky without hesitation and ran for its life. Ji Tianxing used two ultimate skills consecutively and consumed a lot of vital essence. He didn't chase after the giant beast and let it escape. He glanced at the giant beast's corpse in the ruins and kept the sword embryo. He was about to turn and leave. At this moment, Burial of Heaven's voice sounded in his mind. You finally killed a Wind Patrol beast. Isn't it a pity to throw its corpse away? Hearing Burial of Heaven's voice, Ji Tianxing stopped and turned to look at the giant beast's corpse that was still twitching. This giant beast is a Wind Patrol beast? Could it be that its corpse has some value or use? Of course. Burial of Heaven explained in a serious tone. It's a rare ancient beast that's about to reach the soul-tempering realm. Even its fur, bones, and teeth can be used as materials to refine artifacts. It must be very valuable. Chapter 828. Ji Tianxing was startled by Burial of Heaven's words, but he immediately understood. Right, how could I have forgotten about this? In the world of martial arts, there were hundreds of millions of martial artists from different races. There were all kinds of people who did all kinds of martial arts-related occupations. Among them, there were martial artists who hunted demon beasts for sale. They were equivalent to the hunters of the mortal world. Not only could all kinds of metals, jade, and gems be used as refining materials, demon beast corpses, demon cores, demon crystals, and so on could also be used to refine equipment and artifacts. Even the commonly seen high-level demon beasts and great demons were hunted and captured by countless martial artists to earn spirit stones. If the corpse of an ancient beast like the Scout Wind was used as refining materials, it would definitely sell for a good price. Ji Tianxing had been short on money recently. He didn't have many cultivation resources and wealth. When he cultivated in the future, his consumption would be even greater. He had to think of a way to earn more resources. Hearing Burial of Heaven's reminder, he hurriedly dug out the Scout Wind's corpse and looked for its soul crystal. Every part of an ancient beast was a treasure. Any random fur or bones could be exchanged for a lot of spirit stones. Unfortunately, the Scout Wind's corpse was too big. The interspatial ring couldn't fit it. Otherwise, Ji Tianxing would have taken the whole corpse. He would definitely have made a fortune. In the end, he only dug out the Scout Wind's eyes, demon cores, and a dozen or so precious beast bones. Other than that, he also found a fist-sized white crystal in the Scout Wind's head. The Scout Wind's corpse was scattered all over the ground. The thick smell of blood had already attracted the attention of some nearby demon beasts. After Ji Tianxing collected his spoils of war, he hurriedly left the ruins. A quarter of an hour later, he had flown over 100 miles before he stopped and hid in a valley to rest. He took out a wash-basin-sized dark red demon core and the white crystal from the interspatial ring. He held the white crystal and carefully examined it. He asked doubtfully, "Burial of Heaven, is this the soul crystal of a Scout Wind?" "Correct." Burial of Heaven replied in a deep voice. "This Wind Patrol beast is currently attempting to break through to the soul-refining realm. Its soul crystal has yet to fully condense, so the soul force it contains is rather weak. However, it's better than nothing. At least it can help me recover some of my strength." "Okay, then swallow the monster core and soul crystal together." Ji Tianxing nodded and raised his right hand to activate the mysterious black hole in his palm. Shwa! The black hole rapidly expanded, turning into a black whirlpool, swallowing Scout's Yao Dan and soul crystal. In the blink of an eye, the huge Yao core and soul crystal disappeared, and the black vortex also shrank back into his palm. Ji Tianxing withdrew his right palm and hurriedly asked Burial of Heaven, "Burial of Heaven, how much of your strength can the beast core and soul crystal of this Wind Patrol beast help you recover?" 5%? Burial of Heaven snorted and said arrogantly, 5%? You underestimate me too much. Perhaps 10 of the same Yao Dan and soul crystal would be enough to help me recover 5%. This. Ji Tianxing was immediately speechless. He thought to himself, then wouldn't I have to kill 20 half-step soul-refining realm exotic beasts to recover 10% of Burial of Heaven's strength? The reason why he was able to kill that Wind Patrol beast so easily was because he caught it off guard and used 2 trump cards in a row. The process seemed fast and easy, but in fact he had used up 40% of his true essence. However, Ji Tianxing thought about it from another perspective. The Yao Dan and soul crystal of exotic beasts could help Burial of Heaven recover his strength. This was definitely great news. At the very least, he didn't have to passively wait for Burial of Heaven to recover his strength. Who knew how long that would take? He could take the initiative to kill exotic beasts and seize their Yao Dan and soul crystal to help Burial of Heaven recover his strength. This was undoubtedly the fastest method. Burial of Heaven, why didn't you tell me about this method earlier? Otherwise, I would have gone to hunt demon beasts long ago and help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Burial of Heaven said in a solemn tone, only the Yao Dan and soul crystal of exotic beasts above the soul-refining realm can help me recover my strength. Half-step soul-refining realm exotic beasts can barely be used. Those ordinary great demons and demon kings are completely useless to me. You're quite picky. Ji Tianxing's expression stiffened as he muttered in his heart. After a moment of silence, he recalled the matter from before and asked, Burial of Heaven, you still haven't answered my question from before. You came here with Kenshin? Then do you know anything about the heaven-mending orb? Burial of Heaven replied in a low voice, I seem to have heard a little about the legend of the heaven-mending orb. As for what happened back then, I'm a broken sword soul now. There are many things that I can't remember. All right. Ji Tianxing replied helplessly, then urged, then focus on devouring the Yao Dan and Soul Crystal. I hope you can recover some strength and remember what happened back then. After saying that, he stopped communicating with Burial of Heaven. He hurriedly took out 2 true essence recovery pills and swallowed them, circulating his qi to refine the medicinal effects. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Ji Tianxing's true essence had recovered by 30%, and he was still circulating his qi to cultivate. However, at this moment, in the sky a dozen kilometers away from him, 4 huge black figures were flying towards him at lightning speed. Those 4 dark brown figures were 400 meters long wind patrol beasts with ferocious and violent auras. One of the wind patrol beasts was the one that had fought with Ji Tianxing and fled in a panic. Obviously, it had returned to find its companions to take revenge. The 3 wind patrol beasts following it were all a realm higher than it. They had all reached the spirit-refining realm. Furthermore, the 3 wind patrol beasts had different appearances. One had a rhinoceros-like horn, one had 8 legs, and the last one had 2 heads. Although they were all wind patrol beasts, they had different appearances due to the different talents and abilities they inherited from their bloodlines. This was the special characteristic of wind patrol beasts. They could inherit the bloodlines of many spiritual beasts and divine beasts, eventually forming a new kind of beast with powerful special abilities. After a short while, the 4 wind patrol beasts flew to the sky above the valley with murderous looks on their faces. They released their spiritual senses to search for Ji Tianxing's traces. Ji Tianxing was immediately alerted. He raised his head and looked at the sky, just in time to see the 4 wind patrol beasts searching the valley. Damn it! The intelligence of these wind patrol beasts is actually not inferior to humans. They even know how to find experts to help them take revenge. The sky above the valley was sealed. He couldn't fly away. That would be equivalent to walking right into a trap. As such, he secretly deployed the Earth Emperor's shield and burrowed into the ground, escaping into the distance. However, how could he hide from the 4 wind patrol beasts when he used the power of his true origin? The moment he burrowed into the ground, the 3 spirit-refining wind patrol beasts locked onto his aura with their souls. They roared and pounced at him. The 3 wind patrol beasts' enormous bodies smashed into the valley like 3 mountains, creating a huge crater in the valley. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The loud sounds echoed through the sky, echoing endlessly and spreading over 100 miles. The mountains around the valley collapsed, turning into ruins and piling up in the valley. Ji Tianxing escaped from the ground in a sorry state. He flew into the sky with a pale face, panting heavily. The 3 wind patrol beasts' all-out attack had caused him internal injuries. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the 4 wind patrol beasts roaring and charging at him, he hurriedly took out the seal of mountains and rivers and resisted with all his strength. At the same time, in the sky above the sea of trees 100 miles away from the valley, a tall and sturdy young man in a golden robe was flying at high speed. He was the 3rd prince, Longtime. He had just entered the buried star sea not long ago and had yet to be attacked by the ancient beasts. Suddenly, he heard the muffled sound from 100 miles away. He immediately frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he sped up and flew towards the valley where the sound came from. Update 8. 4 days of continuous outbreaks have come to an end. Starting tomorrow, the updates will return to normal. Little he will notify you in advance if there are any more outbreaks. Chapter 829. It said that powerful ancient beasts can be seen everywhere in the buried star sea. It's extremely dangerous. The sounds of fighting in front. Could it be that ancient beasts are fighting? The 3rd prince muttered in his heart, feeling a little puzzled. He flew across the sky at lightning speed. In a short while, he had flown more than 100 miles and arrived above the valley. He saw that the deep valley below had long been reduced to ruins. The mountains around the valley had collapsed and collapsed. The sky was still filled with dust as well as the raging spiritual energy. The third prince glanced at the scene in the valley. Then, he crossed the valley at lightning speed and continued to fly forward. Not long after, he saw a few huge figures in the sky dozens of miles ahead. They were fighting fiercely in the sky. There were a few huge ferocious beasts. They were as fast as lightning as they flew back and forth. They were attacking a tiny figure from all sides. Both sides continued to unleash dazzling light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Intense collisions erupted and caused earth-shattering rumbling noises that resounded throughout the land within a radius of tens of miles. 5 colored spirit lights kept bursting out, illuminating the sky for dozens of miles. A raging hurricane blew in the sky and spread out in all directions. It also destroyed the dense forest on the ground, turning it into a desolated ruin. The 4 ferocious beasts took turns to attack the tiny figure. Their murderous aura surged, and their attacks were extremely violent. They seemed to have the power to destroy the world. As for that tiny figure, it dashed left and right amidst the storm that filled the sky, constantly circling around and fighting as it fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, the third prince's expression changed, and he frowned. His eyes were fixed on the besieged figure, and his eyes were filled with shock. Someone actually entered the buried star sea before me? In the past 200 to 300 years, almost no one had come to explore the buried star sea. Many cultivators had almost forgotten about this forbidden area. Even the third prince had to go through countless ancient books and records before he could find this forbidden area. However, he did not expect to meet a human cultivator who had entered the buried star sea not long after he entered. Moreover, that human cultivator had obviously entered earlier than him. Who is that person? Why does he look so familiar? The third prince hid in the distance and secretly observed the figure. Suddenly he saw some clues. He hurriedly used a secret technique to make his body blurry and transparent. It was as if he had merged with the sky, leaving only a faint shadow. This was a secret technique similar to the invisibility technique. Although it couldn't really achieve the effect of invisibility, it could conceal one's figure and restrain one's aura, making it difficult for others to detect. The third prince quietly flew across the sky and approached the figure that was fighting with the 4 giant beasts. Not only did he have to guard against being discovered by that figure, but he also had to guard against the 4 ferocious giant beasts. About a quarter of an hour later, he chased for 200 miles and finally saw the appearance of the figure. It's him! The third prince's pupils shrank as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He actually entered the buried star sea. This is great. The heavens are really helping me. Xianxia, you little bastard, you're really courting death. After recognizing that the figure was Xianxia, the third prince's heart was filled with a strong desire to kill. He almost couldn't help but rush forward and use his most powerful killing move to kill Xianxia on the spot. However, he held back the impulse in his heart. He hid in the dark and continued to observe the situation. No, those 4 giant beasts are quite powerful. 3 of them have reached the soul refining stage. If I rush forward recklessly, I will be surrounded by those giant beasts before I can kill Xianxia. After all, they don't distinguish between friend and foe. I can't be hasty. I have to find the best opportunity to kill him in one strike. I won't give him a chance to escape. Thinking of this, the third prince calmed down. He followed Xianxia and the 4 giant beasts, patiently waiting for the opportunity to kill. Xianxia was besieged by the 4 wind patrol beasts. He was in an extremely dangerous situation. With his strength of Sky Origin Stage LV7, and with the help of a few powerful magical weapons, he could still deal with 2 wind patrol beasts. Being besieged by 4 wind patrol beasts, he couldn't fight back at all. All he could do was to dodge and escape, especially the 3 soul refining stage wind patrol beasts. 2 of them were as powerful as LV2 soul refining stage beasts. They were as fast as lightning, and their strength was limitless. They were rampaging in the sky, bursting with destructive power. More terrifyingly, they were also releasing silent soul attacks, which kept attacking Xianxia's soul. After fighting for less than 15 minutes, Xianxia was already covered in wounds. Even his soul was injured. Luckily, he had all kinds of trump cards and magical weapons to protect himself. That was why he could hold on until now. At this moment, the two strongest Wind Patrol beasts released dozens of dazzling white light beams, which were like a rain of arrows shooting towards Ji Tianxing. Those light beams were condensed by soul power. They were so fast that they instantly covered Ji Tianxing's figure. At this critical moment, he dove into the seal of mountains and rivers without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of soul light beams instantly hit the house-sized seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers was blasted away, flashing with golden light. Luckily, the seal of mountains and rivers blocked most of the soul light beams. Ji Tianxing wasn't injured. However, just as the seal of mountains and rivers fell from the sky, the four Wind Patrol beasts surrounded it. They waved their huge claws and slapped at the seal of mountains and rivers. Immediately, the seal of mountains and rivers was slapped by the Wind Patrol beast's giant claws, causing a series of loud bangs as it violently smashed into the forest below. 100-meter-wide crater was formed on the ground. Dust flew up into the air, and violent energy waves erupted. The seal of mountains and rivers sank into the soil at the bottom of the crater. Its power was weakening, and its golden light was dimming. Ji Tianxing was filled with anxiety. His heart was burning with worry, but there was nothing he could do. In the previous 15 minutes, he had used the seal of mountains and rivers to block hundreds of attacks. That was why he could hold on until now. If it weren't for the protection of the seal of mountains and rivers, he would have been blasted into pieces by the four Wind Patrol beasts. However, the power of the seal of mountains and rivers was limited. After withstanding hundreds of attacks, its power was almost depleted. No, I have to find a way to break out of this encirclement and get rid of these four Wind Patrol beasts. Otherwise, I'm going to die here today. Ji Tianxing gritted his teeth and immediately made up his mind. He was going to risk it all. When the four Wind Patrol beasts descended from the sky, he instantly put away the seal of mountains and rivers and opened the third eye on his forehead. It was a golden eye with a blue pupil. It contained an incomparably violent lightning energy. Lightning! Ji Tianxing roared furiously. He released an endless amount of lightning energy. It condensed into a lightning beam and blasted at one of the Wind Patrol beasts. That Wind Patrol beast was the fastest and the strongest. It had reached the second layer of the spirit-tempering realm. Chapter 830. Kacha. Amidst the deafening noise, the incomparably violent pillar of lightning struck one of the Wind Patrol beast's head-on. Its lower jaw was instantly pierced through by the pillar of lightning. Its bloody mouth exploded from the impact, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Even its enormous body was thrown high into the air by the explosion, and it fell into the sea of trees with a muffled bang. After it landed, it twitched non-stop in the forest. Its entire body had been paralyzed by the lightning, and it couldn't move at all. Its entire mouth had been shattered, and half of its head had been charred black. Its body was on the brink of death, and its injuries were unbearable to look at. However, it was a spirit-refining realm exotic beast, after all. Even though its body had suffered such heavy injuries, its life wasn't in danger. After Ji Tianxing unleashed the pillar of lightning, he took the opportunity to escape from the crater and charged into the sky as quickly as he could. Almost at the same time as he escaped from the crater, the flames and white light released by the other three Wind Patrol beasts struck the crater hard. Bam, bam, bam. An earth-shattering sound rang out, echoing in the air. The crater immediately expanded tenfold, reaching a radius of about 10 kilometers. He turned around and fled without looking back, bursting into the depths of the forest as fast as he could. In order to completely shake off the pursuit of the Wind Patrol beasts, he didn't hesitate to use his ultimate technique, sword kinesis flight. The sword embryo flew out from his abdomen and turned into a 3-meter-long golden sword, carrying him as he fled. In just a few dozen breaths' time, he shook off the Wind Patrol beasts and turned into a streak of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. The 3 Wind Patrol beasts were enraged. They let out earth-shattering roars and gave chase with all their might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They also unleashed their greatest strength. Their bodies flickered with white light as they chased after Ji Tianxing. Their attention was only on Ji Tianxing. They only wanted to catch up to Ji Tianxing, blast him into pieces, and devour his flesh and blood. However, they didn't notice at all that there was a blurry figure chasing after them not far away. As time passed, Ji Tianxing and the 3 Wind Patrol beasts flew into the depths of the buried Star Sea. Their strength was constantly weakening. The 2 parties' pursuit in the buried Star Sea alarmed many powerful exotic beasts. Most of the exotic beasts were only watching from the shadows. They saw Ji Tianxing and the 3 Wind Patrol beasts streaking across the sky and disappearing into the distance. However, there were a few spirit-refining realm exotic beasts who joined the pursuit. Unknowingly, the 3 patrol winds had persevered in their pursuit for 4 hours. They chased after him. Ji of Ji Tianxing's trail. Of the Wind Patrol. Of Ji Tianxing. With Tianxing. In the end, the 3-headed patrolling storm let out a furious roar and gave up the chase. In order to vent their anger, they released destructive flames and spiritual light, turning the forest within a radius of 100 miles into ruins. Ji Tianxing ran madly for more than 3,000 miles, fleeing into the depths of the buried Star Sea. At this moment he was covered in wounds. His white robe was stained with blood. He looked very miserable. Seeing that the sky behind him was calm and the Wind Patrol beasts were long gone, he heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and quickly descended from the sky. He landed on a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak and panted heavily. He had been fighting fiercely with the Wind Patrol beasts and flying for 4 hours. His true essence had been consumed by 60 to 70%. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The physical pain was nothing, but the exhaustion of his body and soul made him unable to support himself. He just wanted to fall on the ground and sleep. He stood on the mountain peak and observed for a moment. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, he used the Earth Emperor shield and entered the mountain peak. He dug a cave in the mountain peak and used it as a temporary shelter. He quickly took a few spirit pills and sat down to regulate his breathing. An hour passed unknowingly. He refined the medicinal efficacy of the spirit pills and used the Greenwood spiritual body to absorb the Greenwood spiritual chi between heaven and earth to quickly heal his injuries. He had already recovered 20% of his true essence. The exhaustion and pain in his body had lessened by a lot. The cave was silent. He concentrated on regulating his breathing, trying to recover his strength in the shortest time possible. After all, the buried Star Sea was extremely dangerous. Powerful strange beasts could jump out at any time. However, at this moment, a hazy figure silently passed through the rock layer and approached the cave. Swoosh! A light flashed and the air in the dark cave suddenly fluctuated. A tall and sturdy figure in a golden robe appeared in the narrow cave out of thin air. This handsome and resolute young man with a dignified aura and a pair of phoenix eyes was the third prince, Long Zidin. Ji Tianxing immediately sensed that something was wrong. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. He quickly stopped circulating and opened his eyes. He immediately saw a man in a golden robe standing 10 meters in front of him. Damn it! There is someone else in the buried Star Sea? Ji Tianxing was shocked. His face became serious and his eyes became gloomy. He didn't expect that there would be someone else in the buried Star Sea. Moreover, he had been fighting with the strange beasts. He had been in a life and death situation. He had almost exhausted all his strength and his vigilance had been greatly reduced. When he saw the man in the golden robe appear, he immediately realized that this man must have been watching him for a long time and had come with ill intentions. Although the man in the golden robe had restrained his aura, Ji Tianxing could vaguely feel that there was an invisible soul energy lingering around him. He was actually a soul-refining stage powerhouse. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and his pupils constricted. However, he didn't act rashly. He stared at the man in the golden robe and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The third prince looked down at him from above. His eyes narrowed slightly as the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking sneer. Ji Tianxing, I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in the buried star sea. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked coldly, You know me? The third prince laughed coldly. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Ji Tianxing's expression didn't change, but he thought to himself, as expected. This guy has been watching me for a long time and has a deep grudge against me. Who is he? This person shouldn't be a demon in disguise. Could he be a surviving member of the Duanmu clan? Only a surviving member of the Duanmu clan would have such a deep grudge against me. Looks like it's most likely. Thinking of this, he stared at the third prince and asked in a deep voice, Are you a surviving member of the Duanmu clan? Are you here to avenge the Duanmu clan? The third prince was stunned. He grinned and said disdainfully, A surviving member of the Duanmu clan? The Duanmu clan isn't worthy. Ji Tianxing, you've ruined my plans time and time again. You even cut off my right-hand man. You deserve to die. You're the third prince? Ji Tianxing's body shook. He instantly guessed the third prince's identity. The third prince didn't deny it. He sneered and said, You actually dared to barge into the buried star sea and ended up in such a sorry state. How could I miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? Chapter 8:31. The third prince's words made Ji Tianxing understand everything in an instant. At the same time, he recalled the scene the night before. The golden lightning tore through the night sky and headed straight for the imperial court of the human race. At that time, he was only thinking about treating his father's injuries and did not take that matter to heart. Now that he thought about it, he finally understood that the new soul-tempering stage powerhouse in the imperial court should be the third prince. If it were any other day, even if he met the third prince who had just entered the soul-tempering stage, he would be fearless and even have a chance to win. However, it was different now. He only had 50% of his vital core left and was covered in wounds. His combat strength had weakened a lot. However, the third prince was conserving his energy and his strength was at its peak state. Moreover, Ji Tianxing knew very well that the third prince also had a Gudao artifact, the source of all Gu. If they really fought, he would definitely not be the third prince's match. What should he do? Ji Tianxing was anxious and silently thought of a solution. The third prince did not intend to rush into action. He was still standing at the edge of the cave 10 meters away with a cold smile on his face. He looked confident and wise. Ji Tianxing, I underestimated you before and didn't personally deal with you. That's why I allowed you to stir up trouble in the central continent. Now that you've been injured by a few strange beasts in the buried star sea, it's easy for me to kill you now. Ji Tianxing quietly recovered his strength and looked at the third prince coldly. He asked, Since you're so confident, why don't you take action immediately? The third prince chuckled. His tone was cold and there was a hint of playfulness in it. I care about the world and have great ambitions. I'm not someone that idiot Long Yunxiao can compare to. Even though you've ruined my plans many times and made me hate you so much that I want to tear you into pieces. However, I'm destined to be the ruler of the world. I'm broad-minded. How can I not be tolerant? Wouldn't it be a pity if an outstanding talent like you, who hasn't been seen in hundreds of years, died silently? Hearing the third prince's words, Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What? You don't want to kill me anymore? Don't tell me you want me to submit to you? That's right. The third prince sneered confidently. I am merciful and will give you a chance to live. If you know what's good for you, then obediently admit defeat and surrender. Kneel down and pledge your loyalty to me. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing suddenly laughed and asked in a playful tone, Then you will plant a Gu poison in me and control my life and death so that I can only listen to your orders? You have a good plan, but it's a pity that it's all a pipe dream. The third prince's expression changed slightly, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said in a cold voice, Even though all geniuses have their own pride, you're just being stupid and stubborn. However, I had already expected that you wouldn't kneel down and surrender, so I had already made preparations. At this point, the third prince finally revealed his true appearance, revealing a sinister sneer. 20 breaths of time has passed. Have you noticed that your entire body is burning hot, your internal organs are stinging, and your blood is flowing faster? Ji Tianxing was startled for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at his arms and chest. Sure enough, his skin was dark red, as if blood was about to burst out. His entire body was boiling hot, and his internal organs felt as if they were being pricked by needles. His blood seemed to be boiling, surging and flowing, faintly emitting the sound of thunder. Even the blood vessels and meridians in his body were swelling, and his true essence was beginning to riot, losing control. Such an abnormal reaction immediately caused his expression to change, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Gu poison? Long Zai Tian, you despicable person. Ji Tianxing was filled with anger, and his entire body was emitting a thick murderous intent. The sneer on the third prince's face became even more pronounced. He looked at Ji Tianxing with eyes full of contempt and pity. You've made such a big name in the central state, and stirred up a storm. I thought you had some great ability, and some outstanding wisdom. I didn't expect that you only had this little ability. You really disappoint me. As he spoke, the third prince slowly stretched out his left hand. A light flashed in his palm, and a 2 feet tall magic treasure appeared. This colorful, multicolored magic treasure was like a pyramid. Its design was simple and clumsy, and it was very exquisite and mysterious. This was an altar. It was the Gu Dao's divine weapon, the source of all Gu. Ji Tianxing's body trembled, his skin was red like fire, and sweat poured down like rain. But he gritted his teeth and endured the heart-wrenching pain. He didn't let out a scream, and his eyes stared at the third prince. Long Zai Tian, you're really sinister. You don't deserve to be a prince of the imperial court, and you don't deserve to fight for the throne. Your magnanimity is much worse than Long Yun Zhao's. You will never be able to compete with Long Yun Xiao in this lifetime. Ji Tianxing gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. His tone was sonorous and powerful, and there was already a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't fly into a rage, he didn't open his mouth to curse, and he didn't even curse. But he knew the third prince's weakness and the knot in his heart. With 2 sentences, the third prince was so angry that his face turned ashen, and his eyes surged with cold light. Bastard! The third prince cursed with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily in a low voice, "What right does Long Yun Xiao have to compare with me? You and Long Yun Xiao are jackals of the same tribe. You are also a useless piece of trash. In order to deal with you, I advanced step by step. I even used the altar and released the divine Gu that I had prepared for a long time. Now it seems that I have overestimated you." The third prince held the Gu Dao's origin in his left hand, and his right hand was behind his back. He exuded a powerful aura, like a mighty monarch. There was no doubt that from the moment he entered the cave, he had secretly activated the Gu Dao's origin and started to use the Gu on Ji Tianxing. The reason why he talked so much nonsense with Ji Tianxing was that releasing the divine Gu into Ji Tianxing's body required a certain amount of time. Now, the time was up, and the divine Gu had entered Ji Tianxing's body. Of course, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. He immediately showed his true colors. Ji Tianxing, I have cultivated and refined this divine Gu for 3 years. It is the same as the divine Gu in Duanmu Huang's body, and it is even more powerful. Even an expert like Duanmu Huang had to obey. What right do you have to resist? Kneel down. The third prince shouted angrily with a dignified voice, causing the entire cave to tremble. A trace of divine soul power gushed out from his palm, and he used a spell to activate the power of the Gu Dao's origin. The 5-colored altar started to operate slowly, and it gave off a dazzling 5-colored divine light, releasing an invisible mysterious power. The divine Gu in Ji Tianxing's body was instantly attracted and catalyzed, and it exploded with even more violent power. He could clearly feel that his internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians were being devoured by the divine Gu's power, and they were slowly corroding and turning black. The heart-wrenching pain invaded his soul, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. But he still sat on the ground like a rock, and his body was as straight as a sword, giving off an indomitable aura. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.